Good evening, everyone. I am one of the hosts, and I just wanted to let you know that we are waiting on a few DRB board members to join the meeting before we get started. If you can just be patient with us, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Board Member Hedgepeth. Thanks for joining us. If you can test your audio and your video so we can make sure you're reading loud.
Okay. I've got my video was slashed. So, let's see, are we here yet?
You are here. We can hear you, and now we can't see. If you can click that button one more time.
Okay. All right.
There we go. We can see you. So you can go ahead and mute yourself for now, and we'll get started as soon as a few more board members.
Okay. Yeah, the gallery's not up yet. All right. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Thank you.
I'll mute.
I wanted to check that my microphone was working. I've got good sound and video, but I wanted to make sure the microphone was going good.
We can see you and hear you. You're doing great.
Yeah, also confirming this is Board Member Corbin Brock. Can everyone see me and hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. We can see you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. This is Bill Rose, just checking my microphone.
We can hear you loud and clear, Bill. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Mike.
All right, Chair Kincaid, if you can check your video and audio one more time now that you're back with us.
Yeah, I'm back.
Perfect. Yep, see you and hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
And there are 5 of you, so we do have a quorum. Just want to let you know, but we are troubleshooting with one of our DRB members right now over the phone.
Great. Thank you.
Welcome, Board Member Sharon. Can you test your video and audio for us really quick one more time?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear and see you loud and clear.
Okay, great. Yeah, we're having my email address changed this week, and so it's we're having some issues with a password. But it looks like I'm in.
Yep,
Correct?
You're in.
Great. I will mute myself.
Hi, Chair Kincaid. This is Mike. I just want to let you know that all members that are going to be present tonight are available, so we can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. We will go ahead and call the meeting of the City of Santa Rosa Design Review Board for June 4th to order. Before we do a roll call, I'm going to read a little disclaimer. Due to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Orders N-25-20 and N-29-20, which suspend certain requirements of the Brown Act, and the order of the health officer of the County of Sonoma to shelter in place to minimize the spread of COVID-19, the board members will be participating by teleconferencing into the Design Review Board meeting of today, June 4th, 2020. So with that, Patty, can I get a roll call, please?
Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, let the record reflect that all board members are present except for Board Member Goldschlag.
Thank you, Patty. And we are on to item 2. Item 2.1 are the draft minutes from May 21st, 2020. So we're going to do this a little bit differently this time. If you have any grammatical corrections or slight changes to the language that are in the minutes, please note those now. After we get through those changes and make a record of the minutes, we'll go ahead and go board member by board member. And if you want to say anything in addition to those captured minutes, we can do so at that time. Those comments would become a reflection of this meeting's minutes versus making any drastic changes to what was recorded on last meeting's minutes. So any grammatical changes or slight tweaks to what is currently provided for the record? Okay, seeing no one raise their hand and some heads shaking the no sign, we will go ahead and reflect those as record minutes. Now at this time, why don't we go around just real quickly. If you have no comment, that's fine. If you do have a comment about the last meeting and or any of the minutes or want to clarify anything, now would be the time to do so. So we'll start with Board Member Hedgepeth.
I really don't have any comments in general. I was pleased with the net cordiality. I went through the definition of design review guidelines, and us being custodians of the city, I wanted to kind of refresh myself as to what our roles were. It's on the main website. And I found that we reflected such representation in the last proceedings.
Thank you, Board Member Hedgepeth. Board Member Cordenbrock, any comments?
No additional comments.
Thank you. Board Member Sharon, any additional comments?
My only comment is that I see our role as the design review board to just work with our staff, a very capable staff, and our applicants. We're bringing projects to the table to add to the fabric of our city. And hopefully I believe that at the conclusion of the meeting last week, we came to some good agreement to work together, applicants, staff, and design review board. That's all.
Thank you. Board Member Weigel, any comments?
I apologize for the flailing children legs in the back of my background right now. But beyond that, yeah, I think overall we had we stumbled through, I think, a hard situation with us all being remote, and I want to commend everybody for their hard work on that. And also, I think, inevitably we ended up with a good result, and I would encourage the applicant to take our comments seriously. I did want to say that the applicant should look at the design guidelines specifically again as they go back and they look with their architect. There are a number of items that I think that they could look into those design guidelines and find some better design elements, specifically 2.2.1, 2.2.2, so on and so forth. That entire section I think would be very helpful for them, and I would encourage them to do so. And otherwise, thank you very much for giving me my seat.
Excellent, thank you. Board Member Wicks, any additional comments?
Yes, real quick, I'd echo a little bit of what Board Member Weigel said about reviewing those specific sections in the guidelines. I will look forward to, hopefully in the near future, we develop some protocols and we can be back in the chamber and reviewing these projects with the applicant face to face. I found it difficult from my side to create a dialogue with the applicant. I wish the applicant's architect was also there so we could have asked him some specific questions about the project, some whys, and maybe it would have alleviated some of our negative comments. But I think I'll just leave my comments at that, but thanks for asking.
Thank you to my fellow board members, and I think I would just leave it with the comment that I think I agree with everything that was just said. It was a difficult first pass at a virtual meeting, and I appreciate everyone's efforts. It was a long meeting. Staff did a great job at keeping us on track, and we just need to keep in mind that we're after progress, not perfection at the moment. And so I think we made some progress, and we'll make some more tonight. So thanks for all of your participation in the city board, and we'll have a great meeting tonight. Thank you. Okay, with that, we will move on to item number 3 on the agenda, board business. This is where we differentiate ourselves versus other boards and commissions. So I will be reading from Zoning Code Chapter 20-52.030F, Project Review. The review authority shall consider the location, design, site plan configuration, and the overall effect of the proposed project upon surrounding properties in the city in general. Review shall be conducted by comparing the proposed project to the general plan, any applicable specific plan, applicable zoning code standards and requirements, consistency of the project within the city's design guidelines, architectural criteria for special areas, and other applicable city requirements, i.e. city policy statements and development plans. So that is this board's purview versus any other board or commission within the city. With that, we'll move on to item number 4, public comment. So this is the time when any person may address matters not on tonight's agenda, but are within the subject matter of this board and jurisdiction. Public will be able to comment directly on items on the agenda when those agenda items are heard. And each speaker is allowed 3 minutes. So we'll give a couple seconds and then I'll ask our recording secretary, Patty, if we have any public comment not part of tonight's agenda.
Yes, I know of at least one. There may be some more. Looking for raised hands. I see one raised hand for public comments.
Okay, we can go ahead and take that public comment.
Hello.
Hello there.
My name is Dwayne DeWitt, and I wanted to make a comment about the matter that happened in the past for Santa Rosa Avenue at West 3rd. It's not on today's agenda. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Well,
and thank you for stating your name. Go ahead and take your 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Before I begin, though, I wanted to mention that it's been 52 years since a good United States Senator was assassinated here in California. And before he had passed, he made a statement which I think is very important for your body and all of us. What he had said was, every time we turn our heads the other way when we see the law flouted, when we tolerate what we know to be wrong, when we close our eyes and our ears to the corrupt because we are too busy or too frightened, when we fail to speak up and speak out, we strike a blow against freedom, decency, and justice. His name was Robert F. Kennedy. And basically, I bring this up to you folks because you, in a sense, are the voice for how our community design will help to have equity and help to have goodness in our community. Now, in the item in the past at Santa Rosa Avenue on West 3rd Street there, you spent hours and hours talking about different approaches to things when the main drift of the project was that it was a residential project and the person wanted to help put in as much housing as possible. And that's something that the city of Santa Rosa and many of its elected officials and appointed officials such as you say is paramount, and everything must go forward that's housing. But I had mentioned at that last meeting the Hillsburg Avenue mixed use site across from the Employment Development Department at 10th Street and Hillsburg Avenue, and how its entire lower floor is empty. It was set up to be for commercial, and yet we have far too many commercial sites available in the city for it to be able to compete. So those empty spaces could be used for housing. But when I asked someone about it, they said, oh, well, the city won't let us put housing in there because of the way the zoning was set up. So there's a breakdown in communication between you folks, various city folks, code enforcement people, elected officials, all through and through the bureaucracy, if you will, where not everybody's on the same page. And it's not helping us to get the things done that we need done, especially at this time where everyone says housing is the most paramount of anything. So much so that you'll override the opportunity for the public to help participate in the design of its community. And that's what you need. I don't feel comfortable on this meeting right now. I'm speaking on a flip phone, and I don't have access to what you folks do. And I'll try to speak later. I just hope you don't flip me off while I'm trying to make things happen with you.
Just so you know, you have about 10 seconds left.
Well, there you go. Just don't flip me off, sir. You have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Your comments are appreciated and taken into consideration as always. So again, thank you for participating. Patty, do we have any other public comment?
I don't see any other raised hands at this time.
Okay, we'll give it a moment. Okay, with that, we will go ahead and close public comment. Item number 5 on the agenda is statements of abstention by board members. Do any board members need to abstain from items 6.1 or 6.2 on today's agenda? Seeing none, go ahead and close item number 5 and move on to our scheduled items. Item 6.1 is the Burbank Avenue subdivision minor design review appeal at 1400 Burbank Avenue, file number DR19-054. We do have a specific agendized way of handling appeals, so it will be a bit different and things will be timed. Presentations of all parties are limited and responses are limited, but board members will be able to ask questions of staff, the appellant, and the applicant team. So that will go business as usual. Before we get going with a staff presentation, I did want to ask if there are any ex parte disclosures by the board. And I will start off by saying that I had a conversation with the applicant regarding the fact that their project was appealed and would be back before us on tonight's agenda. So that's my ex parte discussion. Anybody else have any disclosures? Board Member Wagle?
I also had a conversation with the applicant by myself, so in compliance with the Brown Act, about the fact that the project would be back on the docket for this evening as an appeal.
Thank you. Any other? Board Member Wicks?
I also had a conversation with the applicant that informed me that they would be on the docket for the project again on appeal.
Thank you. Board Member Sharon?
I also had a phone conversation with the applicant regarding the project coming back before us today.
Thank you. Any others? Board Member Cordenbrock.
So yeah, I also had a conversation with the applicant about the project coming back as well. So.
Thank you. You would be the only other one, Warren.
I have had no conversations with the applicant. I think the last conversation I had was 2010 with said party. I know them, but no conversations since 2010. All right.
Thank you. Okay, with that out of the way, I will now turn it over to staff, both planner Adam Ross and Bill Rose have a presentation.
Yes, thank you. This is planner Ross, Adam Ross, project planner for the Burbank Avenue subdivision. The item before you tonight is the minor design review appeal of the permit. Next slide, please. So the project itself is located in the southwest quadrant of the city, in the Roseland, Roseland area. Next slide, please. Again, located at 1400 Burbank Avenue. Overall, it's 4 existing parcels. There's some existing outhouses on the site that would be removed. 14.25 acres in total. Next slide, please. The project itself as a whole includes 138 new residential units. That's 5.4% of the regional housing needs assessment and the housing action plan goal of 2,550 units, market rate units by 2022. Next slide, please. But a little bit about this appeal in front of you is, again, for the minor design review permit, which is for the attached housing in the residential small lot subdivision. It would make way for 75 new lots, each one containing one of 3 housing types. That's 62 detached single families, 12 duets, which are single family attached. They'd be on their own lots, and 64 multifamily units. Again, this is a 100% market rate project. There's 10.39 acres of net developable area. 3.86 acres would be for new public right-of-way. Small lots the lots range in size from 2,729 square feet to 8,517 square feet for an average of 4,687 square feet. The multifamily units would be located on approximately 90,200 square foot lot in the southwest corner of the site of Burbank Avenue. Some of the associated infrastructure included with this project are new city streets, frontages, sidewalk, and bike lanes. The project will take access off of Burbank Avenue as well. Next slide, please. So this project is subject to the Resilient City Development Measures. And in this case, for the major, typically anything over 5,000 square feet, anything over 10,000 square feet would go to the Design Review Board. But per the Resilient City Development Measures, it goes to the zoning administrator for approval. And in order for that to happen, a concept design review with the Design Review Board has to be held. In this project's case, it was held on November 7th, 2019. The board made comments and recommendations for the project, which were carried over into the submittal of the project. Other Resilient City development measures are a minor use permit in the priority development areas instead of a major use permit for a small lot subdivision. What didn't change as far as review authority goes is the tentative map stayed with the Planning Commission. Next slide, please. Some of the existing land use on the site, again, there's surrounding residential. There's the Roseland School District across the street. There is another school, Shepherd Accelerated Elementary, abutting the other side of the site. Residential to the south. Some adjacent future park to the north. And again, access would be taken off Burbank Avenue. Next slide, please. So going into the project history, for sake of time, I'll just mention the ones that as it relates to the minor design review permit. On November 7th, 2019, the project was reviewed by the DRB as a concept item, where the board provided comments and recommendations. On February 5th, a special ZA meeting was held for the project, where the zoning administrator approved the minor conditional use permit and the minor design review permit. Then subsequently, the Planning Commission approved the tentative map on February 13th. On February 18th, an appeal was filed for the zoning administrator decision on both the minor use permit and minor design review. On February 24th, an appeal was filed for the tentative map. Next slide, please. So the project is general plan land use designation is medium low density residential. That allows 8 to 13 units per acre. This project as a whole is 9 units per acre. And next slide, please. Some of the, in the analysis done by staff, some of the general plan policies implemented both in the general plan and in the Sebastopol Road specific plan are outlined before you. Some of those include the development of sites above the minimum density, the maintain a variety of housing stock, by providing different housing types, and link pedestrian and bicycle pathways to community destinations. Next slide, please. As previously stated, this is within the Roseland Area Sebastopol Road specific plan. It is also a priority development area, but the Roseland Area Sebastopol Road specific plan is a planning level document. It addresses the land use, circulation, and infrastructure and needs for the area. It's kind of like a, if you will, a general plan within a general plan. And it was developed concurrently with consideration of annexation of the previously unincorporated area of Roseland. And with that, there is a priority development area, which is subject to this project. Next slide, please. Some of those other policy goals of the Roseland Area Specific Plan are highlighted here. Encourage development of quality, well-built, attractive market rate and below market rate housing units that contribute to neighborhood character and quality of life. Encourage residential development that meets the special needs of population groups, including seniors, large and small families, low and middle income households, and people of all abilities. Also provide right-of-way designation for better circulation, encourage new residential development for a mix of housing types, such as single family, duplexes, triplexes, townhomes, and apartment units for all income levels. Overall, the project furthers a number of goals and policies of the general plan and Sebastopol Road specific plan, and it fosters livability that by creating a project that has those three housing types, single family attached, and multifamily. Next slide, please. The zoning of the site is R16 and R16SR. The zoning means single family residential, and the SR combining district is Scenic Road for Burbank Avenue. Some of the requirements of Burbank Avenue requires a 25-foot setback measured from the edge of pavement to a 2-story or greater structure element, or 1-story structure element with a height over 25 feet. In this case, the project does comply with a setback greater than 25 feet. Next slide, please. Some of the continued zoning is the lot size, which is established with the minor use permit for the small lot residential small lot entitlement. Building height, that's 35 feet maximum, which the multifamily buildings are 34.7 feet in height, so it's no greater than the 35 feet. Setbacks are also established by the minor use permit residential small lot subdivision. And as far as that goes, the only consideration for alternative setbacks, which is allowed by that minor use permit, is a 7-foot second-story setback for the second-story structure of the single-family homes. And outdoor lighting, it's subject to zoning code section 20-38. Next slide, please. Parking and traffic. The project included a traffic analysis, which analyzed traffic impact analysis, I should say, which analyzed the parking and the impacts of the site itself. The project provides 450 spaces overall, when the requirement from the city is 421, and therefore provides adequate parking. Next slide, please. Some of the neighborhood design guidelines as it relates to neighborhood design is also to provide a variety of housing types, development of new neighborhoods that incorporate a variety of uses, as opposed to subdivisions that feature only single family homes exclusively. Next slide, please. Again, more of the design guidelines from the city design guidelines. Integrate multifamily projects with pedestrian and bicycle circulation systems, break up the mass of larger structures with articulation of the form, use of color, and the use of multiple materials, including horizontal wood, cement, fiber, and composite siding. And orient the main entrance of each unit or the building to the street or to the common open area. Next slide, please. And all of these design guidelines are analyzed for the project. Some of the comments and considerations provided, or the comments and considerations provided by the Design Review Board at the November 7th, 2019 Design Review Board meeting were consider redesigning the plus pattern on the multifamily apartment complex. The multifamily residential buildings color is dark, so consider using a color scheme similar to the proposed single family units, minimize the gathering areas, and further develop the courtyard renderings to utilize a diverse array of amenities. Consider lowering the apartment buildings to 2 stories, consider different street trees more in tune with the surrounding neighborhood and native to Santa Rosa. Provide greater screening between the north and south property lines to screen the existing single family residential units. Consider horizontal massing, alternatives, and such. Next slide, please. So here's a site plan for reference. As you can see in the southwest corner of the site are the apartments or multifamily units. The duplexes, they're actually duets because they are on their own lots. Single family attached, and then the single family detached dispersed throughout the site. There is the new public roads on the site go down south. If you look at the center, south center of the site plan, that's where a stub would go in. That's a future stub connection for Crucero Lane, just south of the site, should there ever be development of the properties between the two. Next slide, please. Here is a tentative map, a view of the tentative map, which basically just is a copy of the site plan, which labels each lot. And then next slide, please. The landscape plan, which incorporates some of the comments and considerations as it relates to street trees, including live oaks and valley oaks as well. Next slide, please. For the sake of time, I'm going to go through these elevations quickly because I know the applicant has a presentation and can provide more of an architectural description of the design and the process. So this is the block of the single family units. Next slide, please. Here are the duets on the northwest side of the property. They're accessed via an auto court. Next slide, please. Here's a block section of all the duets. Next slide, please. Again, here are the some more renderings. Next slide, please. And again, next slide, please. And the next slide. So here's a close-up of the multifamily units. You can see a private road only located in the multifamily unit complex with carports and landscape separation between the carports and the properties to the south. Next slide, please. So the bottom image was the concept level review, and the top image is the current plans, which were received by the city on April 17th, 2020. Next slide, please. Some more elevations of the units. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Here's a overview of a bird's eye view looking northeast of the multifamily units. Next slide, please. Some of the public improvements for the site, which come out of the Sebastopol Road specific plan for Burbank Avenue, has a 10-foot travel lane, 10-foot wide travel lane on each side, a 6-foot wide class 2 bicycle lane, and a 6-foot sidewalk separated by an 8.5-foot bioswale, which includes street trees. Next slide, please. Public correspondence, some were concerned for access to the site being off Burbank Avenue only, and density and size of the 3-story buildings, barriers separating the parking and existing single-family homes, specifically in the multifamily complex, new public roads, and what that looks like connecting to Crucero Lane in the future, and potential light pollution and the CEQA review of the project. Next slide, please. Placement of the units within the subdivision. There was an ask from the neighborhood to move them towards the center of the development. the phasing of the site, and the compatibility with the Roseland Area Sebastopol Road specific plan. Next slide, please. So some of the response for this is that the access will be taken off Burbank Avenue with new public roads put in. Part of the project also included a traffic impact analysis where the view of the existing and the existing conditions of the traffic, as well as what would be there after this project, were analyzed. And what was found was that the intersection at Burbank Avenue and Hearn Avenue required installation of a traffic signal. That traffic signal, to pay for it, was part of the condition of this project, was for the applicant to pay a fair share, which is roughly 1/3 of the cost, and the city would then cover the rest to be collected by future developments of in a future date, should this area ever get collected. That would then help with traffic in the area. And then a good neighbor fence is proposed between them, as well as between the multifamily units and the the existing single family, as well as landscaping. Next slide, please. So again, all lighting will comply with the city outdoor lighting ordinance. It's found in zoning code section 20-30.080. And additionally, a noise impact analysis study was provided, and that determined that the project need only comply with city standard conditions of approval for noise during construction. What CEQA looks at is the effect of noise to future residents. And there are regular conditions of approval to reduce the noise of construction activities. Next slide, please. For CEQA review, some of the concern was over the California tiger salamander critical habitat. So the California Department of Fish and Wildlife has authority over this. There are conditions of approval found in the DAC report that require compliance with the CDFW's mitigation factors. That may be, if there's, that's up to them to decide. But what was also included was a bioassessment for the site. It found that there was no tiger salamander on site, and the likelihood of future tiger salamander co-locating on the site was extremely low, based on the surrounding developments restricting their passage. The project is statutorily exempt with the California Government Resource Code 65457, also known as 15182AC, which are projects pursuant to a specific plan, and a consistency determination memo was provided with this project. The project is also pursuant to general plan streamlining with 15183. I'm sorry, that should say 15183. Next slide, please. So onto the appeal. On February 5th, the zoning administrator approved the project, made findings and determinations. Some of that was the appeal statement provided as an attachment to this project indicated that the lack of information available to the public at the time of the zoning administrator meeting was in violation of the Brown Act. And they seek invalidation of the ZA decision and ask that the hearing be redone and the information provided again. And then there was also some say that the project planner, which is myself, said that the project plans were forgotten. But in response to that, the ZA public hearing for the project was noticed in accordance with section 20-66.020. of the zoning code mailed on January 24th, 2020 for the February 5th, 2020 special ZA meeting. The public had access to the files, the plans, and attachments at City Hall at all times. The only portion of that that would be redacted is the cultural resource survey, which is required by law. And then for the record, what I said during the meeting was that I forgot the notes in reference to my presentation, not forgot the plans. The plans were in the project folder the whole time. The next is that heritage trees need to be protected, and the private roadway must also be protected. And that conversations with the developer and the neighborhood did not happen. City Code Section 17-24.050 requires that all development proposals and subdivision applications clearly designate all trees on the property by trunk, location, and drip line, and indicate those trees which are proposed to be altered, removed, or relocated. The Burbank Avenue Scenic Road Combining District also requires that that care be taken to preserve that to preserve the scenic quality of it, which includes protection to an extent feasible of all heritage trees and trees within 100 feet for new developments. With that, there's the applicant made a so in this case, the trees being removed are necessary to build the required public right-of-way improvements, as well as develop the rest of the project. But the improvements also include new sidewalks, street trees, bike lane, curb, and gutter. Attachment 2 of the project narrative also has further explanation. And the Development Advisory Committee report has several conditions of approval for additional tree protections as required by the Mitigation and Monitoring Reporting Program, which is the acronym would be MMRPs, associated with the Rosa and Area Sebastopol Road Specific Plan Environmental Impact Report. And that's condition 10 of the DAC report dated January 13th. And for protection of the private roadway, this site there's no additional access to the private roadway south of the site, and city code, as far as the applicant team discussing the protection of trees and private roadway protection, city code does not require additional public outreach other than what is required by the city code, which would be neighborhood meetings, for example. And all other public noticing has been satisfied for this project. Next slide, please. Again, the project is statutorily exempt under section 65457 of the California Public Resources Code and CEQA Guidelines section 15182AC, which is when a project implements and is consistent with a specific plan. In this case, the Rosa and Area Sebastopol Road Specific Plan, in which an EIR, Environmental Impact Report, was certified by Council, resolution number 28873, dated October 18, 2016. Next slide, please. The project has been reviewed and in compliance with CEQA Section Guideline 15183. It's also consistent with the general plan and zoning. Burbank Avenue the project included a consistency determination memorandum prepared by First Carbon Solutions, dated December 18, 2019, which is a licensed environmental consultant firm. The analysis and memorandum indicated that there are no project-specific effects which are peculiar to the project or site, and was supported by surveys and analyses, including special plant, biological, cultural resource, and traffic. Next slide, please. With that, the zoning administrator and the Planning and Economic Development Department recommend that the Design Review Board, by resolution, deny the appeal and approve the minor design review permit for attached housing in the Burbank Avenue subdivision. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. I am available for any questions you may have of me. And again, Adam Ross, and my contact info is shown.
Thank you, Adam, for the presentation. Bill, did you have anything that you wanted to add to the staff presentation before I open it up for questions of board members to staff?
Nothing at this time. Thank you, Chair Kincaid.
Okay, and thank you. At this time, we'll go ahead and take questions from the board to staff. And we'll start off with Board Member Hedgepeth. Any questions?
Thank you, Adam, for that presentation. Just briefly, I see that CEQA was implemented in this process. I know that it's the city proper. There's a third party. There's at least 3 parties at work viewing all the statutes, regulations, and I know that CEQA isn't part of the. I note in the first petition in this appeal was lack of public information for public review at meetings. Were CEQA proceedings something open to the public to review as well as any meetings, i.e. Planning Commission and Design Review meetings? Were the public brought into any of the CEQA proceedings?
This is Ashley Crocker, Assistant City Attorney. Maybe I will take that one. The CEQA determinations are made in the context of the various land use decisions. CEQA itself does not require a public hearing, but we always make the determination and then present it to you with staff's findings. And in this case, there are specific statutory exemptions for projects that are consistent with a specific plan. The one that Mr. Ross referenced is government code. It's actually not public resources code. I wanted to clarify. It's government code section 65457, which basically says if you've got a project that's consistent with a specific plan for which an EIR has been prepared, no additional analysis is required. And that is statutory, not subject to any exceptions. As Mr. Ross noted, there's an additional exception that was applied here, which is CEQA guidelines section 15183, which also exempts projects that are consistent with the general plan for which an EIR has been prepared. That was also applicable here. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Yes, I'm satisfied with that.
Okay.
And thank you for making yourself available this evening. It's often helpful to have legal counsel with the information at hand. Questions for the staff, Board Member Cordenbrock first.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Adam, for the presentation as well. I just had a few questions about, can everyone hear me okay? Good, okay. The phasing of the public improvements, so the cross-section that you put up there, Adam, of Burbank Avenue and the future improvements, when is the anticipated timeline for those improvements? And then also the kind of traffic mitigation improvements, i.e. the signalization of Hearn and Burbank. How do those overlap with this development in particular? Yeah.
Great, thank you, Member Cordenbrock. Great question. So the improvements on Burbank Avenue would be part of the first phasing of the project to provide access. I know that city engineering is here and they could chime in if I don't get this fully explained, but the Burbank improvements would be included on the first phase of the project. The signalization on Hearn and Burbank is for traffic engineering, who is also in this, but the estimated time for the signal is 2 years for installation.
Okay. And then I guess I can ask the applicant later how that overlaps with their development schedule.
Sure.
Okay. I guess the reason I ask is there was, and having been on Burbank Avenue a few times, or driven through the neighborhood, the capacity for that road, and this is something I guess maybe traffic or public works can chime in on or answer, is because it's going to remain, and correct me if I'm wrong, just a 22-lane, 20-foot wide roadway. Of course, the shoulders and sidewalks and bicycle facilities as well. But I'm just wondering, how does the roadway support this development and future developments that are along this corridor? I know that most of the adjacent zoning appears to be more single family focused, or at least in terms of the density designations or land use designations. So I'm just wondering, at the full build out, does this roadway still serve serve all of those the units and the density that's planned for this roadway? It's different than like Dutton, which is kind of what when I see I guess the future development pattern of this corridor, Burbank Avenue, I just see maybe some capacity issues for Burbank Avenue, given some of the density that's proposed.
Yeah, good question. In the meeting, we have Gabe and Gabe Osborne with Engineering Development Services, the project engineer, and Rob Sprinkle with Traffic Engineering with the city. And I think they can give you more technical answers than myself. I think Patty or Mike, can you pull them up or get them talking?
He's already up.
This is Gabe Osborne. Just a quick mic check. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, board. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. I'll let Mr. Sprinkle chime in a bit on the traffic side. Just to answer the questions associated with phasing and public improvements, is that typically when we have a phased development and it is broken up in pieces, all the phasing pieces have to stand alone. So the first phase that goes along the maiden street will have to build those improvements. If one of the phases behind it goes first, then the infrastructure needed to support that phase, sewer, water, storm drain, access points, has to be built with that phase. So there's a uniqueness to phase maps in the sense that they have the overall improvements that they're responsible for, but those improvements can be divvied up to the individual phases. That usually plays itself out when they start construction drawings. But the easy answer to that question is that first phase will build those Burbank improvements. As far as the roadway design, typically when specific plans are generated and they look at overall master planning of that area, that is making an assumption about the build out potential. It's looking at those traffic counts that go through there. So it's trying to base a lot of that design of the roadway on future build out of the area. And then the standards come into play, and that's what controls the width of the road, the configuration, the bike lanes, and the accessibility of that road. So typically the developments then follow the specific plan, which incorporates that. But I will let Mr. Sprinkle go into a little more detail about the signal and the traffic impacts in the area.
Thank you. Thanks, Gabe. Hello?
I think
Yes,
we're waiting
sure.
to get them up. We can just go ahead and mute ourselves when we're not physically speaking. That'd be great.
They're waiting. Sprinkle, you and now have permission to speak if you want to unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me? Excellent, great. Rob Sprinkle, City Traffic Engineer. Thanks for having me on today. The answer to the question about capacity, yes, Burbank will have the capacity and does have the capacity for this development and the future developments, as Mr. Osborne suggested. As part of the Rosen specific area plan, all those capacities were analyzed with the build out of the area. And Burbank was specifically designed in conjunction with the neighborhood to keep a slightly smaller street section to try to keep maintain some of the character of the street. And that's why it was limited to just 10-foot travel lanes, and to help with keeping speeds down, and then the bicycle lanes for giving people an opportunity to use other active transportation modes in the neighborhood. There are other, when we look at capacity, really the limiting factors are the intersections at Burbank. And if you've been there during the morning peaks, you obviously know when school's in session at Hearn and Burbank, there is definitely a lot of traffic and there is a long wait. And that's exactly what the traffic impact study showed. And that's one of the reasons why this development is being conditioned to pay a proportionate share of the traffic signal. So they are helping to mitigate an issue that's there. And along with future developments, they'll also be contributing to that traffic signal and to mitigate their impact as well.
Thank you. Sorry, is someone else?
No, I was hoping I answered your question. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, to an extent, I think more of I understand the phasing of the development in terms of in reference to Burbank Avenue, but I guess I'm thinking about those intersections in particular. I understand that the development will pay a fair share for the improvements in the signalization, but does that mean that signalization happens concurrent with the first phase of this particular development, or is that something that because I guess my point being is this goes in and then 3 years later the signalization occurs, so I'm just trying to understand where that happens in terms of the overall development here in relation to that specific improvement, and more broadly the entire improvement of Burbank Avenue.
Okay, sorry, I was on mute again. So the phasing of the signal will be that July 1st, we have planned money to be put into design for our CIP team to begin the design of that signal. So the design portion of the signal will start actually probably prior to us actually receiving funding for the signal from this development. So we will be a little bit ahead of it on the design side. It's approximately a 2-year estimate, and part of that reason for such a long time is right now, in order to get poles, it's about a 22-week wait just to get poles. Once the design is even complete, goes out to bid. So there's a long lead time for a lot of the actual hardware for a signal. So 2 years is probably a little bit long estimate, but I'd rather estimate long and be done early. So that's why I give it a 2-year estimate, just to give us a little bit of buffer. I'm not sure what the development schedule is and how fast they're planning to construct their project, but we understand that there is a need for a traffic signal at that location even now. So we will be moving forward with the design of that.
And then in terms of the entire corridor being converted to that, 62-foot right-of-way, the 1010, and the entire that cross section that was in the specific plan, is that just basically as properties develop that road is kind of piecemeal almost, like as the frontage is developed, that's when the improvements happen?
Yes. So as development occurs, those improvements will occur. There is currently a pedestrian pathway along one side of the street, and then a pedestrian flasher to cross people about midway down Burbank Avenue, and sidewalk improvements on the west side. So there is a connectivity for pedestrians currently to and from the school, albeit not on both sides of the street, which will be incorporated as development occurs.
Sure.
One of the other questions that I didn't answer, I think, was related to just overall capacity and some of the side streets. And you mentioned Dutton Avenue, and I think that's a good example in the sense that as that has developed and as traffic has increased along that roadway, we have had, or the county in the past has had to add stop controls and made always stops at different intersections to allow for the capacity and the operations to effectively work. So even though those intersections may not need them now, that's always a tool we have in the future to use to help with either pedestrian crossings or just getting people through an intersection without, an excessive delay.
Right. Okay. Okay. Let's see. And then thank you, both Gabe and Rob, for addressing those. I think that helps. I think that helps a little bit in understanding kind of where that is at. And I think my next questions will be for applicant in terms of their timing and such. But another question for staff. I was curious in the presentation. I was looking at the zoning map or the general plan, I guess. Not general plan. Maybe it was zoning. Anyway, I was wondering how sometimes these islands of medium density residential get placed in the general plans or in the land use plans. And I thought I saw it in the, I guess it is general plan. It was slide 10 of the presentation. And I was just curious how those, I see a sea of light yellow around, low residential, you got a lot of institutional uses, some public park and such. But how that gets located in what seems like, at least to me, kind of a random area. So I know this maybe not, maybe this is a different conversation, but I'm just curious if maybe you could explain that a little bit, those kind of seas of bright yellow versus some of the lower density areas.
Yeah, Chair Kincaid and members, this is Bill Rose. I'll take a crack at that one. So the general plan, when designations are applied to different properties, a number of factors are considered, and you're looking at the project's context, its location relative to roads, planned roadways, traffic volumes, a number of things, parcel sizes, things like that. So, I don't have the specifics off the top of my head on this exact one in terms of exactly how it was designated, but those are some of the factors that we look at when they're given their land use designations.
Okay, thank you. I think those are all my questions.
Great, thank you. Board Member Sharon, questions for staff?
Sure, thank you. Really just one question and a request for clarification. I remember when we saw this in the fall, there was some discussion or need for clarification about what we were actually commenting on in terms of the site, the single family versus the multifamily. And just today with the appeal and the minor design review, could you clarify for us, staff, exactly where we should focus our comments today? Thank you.
Bill, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take that. Well, it's a design review approval. So these are design review appeal, I should say. So this is, it's back to your purview, right? It's the findings that you're familiar with. It's the design guidelines that you're familiar with, the zoning regulations that you're familiar with. These are de novo hearings of new, so you can look at it as if it's a design review item like you would otherwise. So I would say just put on your regular design review board hat and review it in that manner and in that context.
Okay, and we're looking at entire sites, entire development as a whole.
It's the we're evaluating the multifamily only. We don't do single family residential and or duet properties on their own parcels. So it's just the multifamily from a design perspective and site plan configuration. And I think that may lead into one question that I had piggybacking on that, is that site plan configuration, while it's not set in stone because Planning Commission hasn't adopted it yet, they're later on down the path. My understanding is that they do hold that entitlement decision, and that would not be for us to approve. We could potentially make comments on site plan configuration, but those would just be comments that then would be forwarded to the Planning Commission. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a great clarification, Chair Kincaid. And again, the board's very familiar with kind of the intersection of purviews, right? As you have entitlements that cross from Design Review Board to Planning Commission. And what Chair Kincaid just mentioned is absolutely correct.
And thank you for that, Chair Kincaid. That also, I appreciate that clarification, just because I remember that was, we needed to discuss that a bit in the fall also when we were looking at this the first time. So focusing on the multifamily design side of things. Thank you.
And multifamily, just to clarify, Chair Kincaid, I don't know if you mentioned or in your comments you were exempting out the duets, but those would be considered a multifamily as well.
So those would be under our purview from a design review standpoint?
Yeah, single family detached is what is exempted from design review. So anything multifamily, attached housing, yes.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you, Bill.
Okay, Board Member Weigel, questions for staff?
Yeah, to piggyback kind of on the tentative map item, it appears that the tentative map is currently approved pending an appeal. Is that correct, Bill?
Yeah, that's correct. It's it is under appeal, so I guess you could say it's in a somewhat in a state of suspension.
Right, but I guess Mike. So knowing that, I think pending the appeal, would it? I guess my question is, should we work under the assumption that the current tentative map is approved, and that we could make comments on rearranging stuff theoretically, but as of right now, that tentative map is sort of kind of approved, and so we should maybe work under those guidelines a little bit. I guess that's what I'm trying to get. Does it make sense?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I think maybe another way to look at it is to review what's before you tonight. So that's what's being presented. This board's purview is the design, the architecture of the multifamily. So I'd say the best thing would be to just review what is presented tonight.
Go ahead.
Sorry, this is Ashley Crocker, Assistant City Attorney. Just to jump in, I just wanted to clarify and piggyback on what Bill was saying, that at this particular time, they do have a valid use permit and tentative map. The fact that an appeal is pending does not invalidate those entitlements. So they are valid, and you should assume that they are valid in your review and comments.
Perfect. Yeah, that's kind of the guidance I was looking for, because I think it's important to understand how that process works, and particularly given reviewing the public comments that came in late and were previously applied. I think that's very important for, I think, both us as the board understand and the public. So that's why I wanted to clarify. Thank you very much. And then I think this question would be for you as well, Assistant City Attorney Crocker. Just to clarify, the EIR was done as a big swath for the entire Rosa and Basketball Road development. zone, and that was done in 2009, and it's currently valid for any sort of development that would occur within that plan. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And specifically the exemptions cited, and in particular, the Government Code 65457 specifically says that the exemption applies if there is an EIR on a specific plan and that there's not been a trigger of new information that would have required a new EIR. And none of those events has occurred. The EIR remains valid and applicable for purposes of this exemption and streamlining.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, and I think that's important, I think, for both the board to understand and the public as well. EIRs are the top of the tier when it comes to CEQA. And so that, I guess, what could be said is in that 2009, when that was done, that was the most exhaustive component of the CEQA determination that could happen for this area. Would you agree with that?
That is correct. And in looking at, the statutory exemptions and the legislative agenda, if you will, for that is exactly what they're saying is you've already taken a look at this at the highest level of review. And if you come in with a project that's consistent with the densities and the policies, you should not have to reinvent the wheel and do the review over. So yes, you're absolutely correct.
And
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I just wanted to add that just for clarification, the Roseland Area Sebastopol Road Specific Plan, EIR was in 2016. I saw a reference to 2009. I thought that was the one we were talking about. But that, again, 2016 being more current. So very, very important to understand. And then we received some late correspondence today, and Bill, I had sent you an email about that regarding that ex parte thing, the legal item. I was just wondering how that played into this process, or is that just public notification of information?
Yeah, I did receive it, and my apologies for not getting back to you sooner. I actually had a chance to send that over to Ms. Crocker, and so I'm going to actually defer to her on this one.
Okay. Hi again. I can just briefly summarize that yesterday on June 3rd, Dwayne DeWitt filed an ex parte application that was filed with the Sonoma County Superior Court. He was requesting the court to order that the city continue today's Design Review Board appeal hearing and the Planning Commission hearing that is scheduled for next week for the Burbank Avenue project. The application basically objected to the city's online format Zoom meetings on the grounds that these online formats violate the Brown Act and the Bagley-Keene Act by preventing physical access. Later in the afternoon yesterday on June 3rd, the court denied the application and did provide Mr. DeWitt with leave to amend and refile with some proper noticing. It does not in any way impact your ability to make a decision today.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Yeah, that was new for me, so I wanted to make sure that I was understanding that whole process correctly. And with that, those are all my questions. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Board Member Wicks, questions for staff?
Adam, thank you for the presentation. On slide 19 of your presentation, you summarize all of our shalls or requests from our November 7th meeting. Can you hit the bullet points on what the applicant changed, or do you want to defer to the applicant to go through those bullet points to address our concerns back in November and how they were satisfied by staff moving it forward to ZA?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Board Member Wicks. So they did going top to bottom, and I'll paraphrase, but I think the applicant can really comment on that. It's also, all of these answers are also included in the project narrative as attachment 2, I believe. They did redesign the cross pattern on the multifamily apartment complex. It's no longer there. They've changed the color scheme for the multifamily units. They did do some tweaks with the areas, the outdoor spaces, and I'll let them kind of the applicant team provide specifics on that. They did incorporate more Valley Oak and Live Oak coast live oak trees into their landscape plan, and I'll defer to the applicant as well on that one. As far as lowering the apartment buildings to 2 stories, they provided some 2-story elements. As you can see on the multifamily units facing Burbank, all of them kind of take on a 2-story element on the front sides to lower the kind of the massing of those multifamily units is both on Burbank Avenue, and the siding is staggered. They removed some of the tuck under parking on the multifamily units to lower that building height. And again, the applicant will probably go over this in a greater detail. There was some more landscaping put in between the existing single family residences to the south, as well as I think an additional 5 feet of space between the building. They moved it, the multifamily units are made up into 4 structures, and they moved that, I think, 5 feet north, 5 feet north to give a little bit more separation. And then the last 3, I will defer to the applicant team for that. But the very last one, the sound dampening technologies, again, they'll provide more comment, but there was a noise impact analysis with this, and it basically found that it's residential in a residential area, and there's no special considerations or conditions of approval required. And that would be the changes.
Great, thank you for that explanation. Looks like they worked well with you and turned around the comments fairly quickly.
Thank you.
Okay, and I have no questions for staff, so unless there were some other questions that came up as we made it through the board members. Seeing no one jump to the microphone, we will go ahead and I believe the next up is the zoning administrator, Mr. Andy Gustafson. He's going to make a little presentation about his actions as the zoning administrator on this item.
Thank you very much. This is Andy Gustafson, and I was the zoning administrator on February 5th when this matter came before the community. I'd like to take a moment just to summarize the process that this project or any project goes through when it comes before the zoning administrator. This particular matter, as was previously noted by Adam Ross, was a design review and a conditional use permit for this large this subdivision, including the multifamily units. The presentation prepared by Mr. Ross went through the design itself with exhibits that have been submitted by the applicant and analyzed the consistency of that proposal to the relevant general plan and specific plan policies, finding that what was being proposed was harmonized with what was intended for that area. He also went through specific findings that are necessary for design review. This design review board is very familiar with those. Those continue to apply to any project coming forward to the zoning administrator. And what was notable, I should add that in his presentation, he did go through an accounting of the suggestions and recommendations that the design review board had when it came before you for concept design review. And we just reviewed those now, so I won't go through those individually. So I had a good understanding, very helpful understanding of what the design review board was looking for on the modification to the multifamily units. Then he went through the exercise of demonstrating how the project would make the various findings for this for design review approval. And most notably, he was able to show with the project design that the duets and the multifamily buildings had a superior design, that they were unique but yet complementary with the surrounding residential land uses, or that they would continue to be superior design as that area develops over time. Noting here that there had been separation increase between the buildings and that the apartment building was moved further north off the south property line to afford more setback from the adjoining residential lot. In that regard, he was able to support the finding that the project would not interfere with the use and enjoyment of the surrounding properties by the neighboring property owners, that the circulation provided was adequate, would not result in any effects that would be exacerbating any traffic burdens that might be in the area, and that it would help to provide additional travel opportunities with Class 2 bicycle facility along the frontage. Probably another significant issue, in particular with the design of the multifamily, was how the applicant took the design review board's comments to help reduce the height and massing of the structure, not only separating the buildings, but also working with the roof lines so that they were not a monolithic 3-story frontage, facing the street frontage, but that they would step down to 2-story elements, not only facing the street, but adjoining the residential properties to the south. And in that way, with additional architectural features, was able to create a structure that was more fitting in the environment and not as overbearing as the original proposal. So through that exercise, I was able to get a good, solid understanding of how this project would fit the design guidelines. The applicant was also given opportunity to provide more information, answer specific questions about design detail changes that they accomplished after coming to concept design review. And then we opened public hearing and allowed for conversation or comments with the public in attendance. And now you've already heard about many of the issues that were raised at that time, including the size of the buildings, the compatibility with that type of residential density in the area, the potential impacts of traffic on the area, light, noise, in that course of public comment, the applicants were able to respond, as well as staff, and address the concerns by the community. So that public comment period afforded everybody a chance to vocalize their concerns or their questions in the meeting, and also helped to inform me, the zoning administrator, about how well the project addressed concerns of the neighborhood, and as well as fit the design guidelines that are spelled out in the city's multifamily design guidelines. So the final action then by me to approve the project was based on staff's presentation, the additional information provided by the applicant, and then the dialogue with the public during the public comment period. And based on all that evidence that was provided, I was in a position to grant approval for the project as its design was revised, and validate the staff's determination that the project qualified for the CEQA exemption. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those now.
Thank you, Zoning Administrator Gustafson. That's a very thorough review of the process that you went through, and I think it's appreciated by both the board and members of the public who are listening in to really understand what that process is, since oftentimes we don't see it personally. So at this time, I think rather than go board member by board member again, are there any board members with questions? Either raise your hand like this and I'll look at you, or you can use the raise your hand feature. Any questions for the zoning administrator? Board member Hedgepeth.
Yeah, I just want to clarify with Bill. I know we've talked in this meeting about light lemon yellow colors for low density 2 to 8 in the hierarchies. I just wanted to affirm Bill Rose's comment. When you have roadways, when you have arterials, typically those become the triggers for having higher densities. You have lower density neighborhoods, but as you feed onto arterial frontages throughout Santa Rosa, you'll find a general consistency that medium 8 to 18, if not higher densities, are afforded along those byways and highways. Is that not the general world as we see it with our zoning?
Yeah, I think, Warren, what you're saying is basically in support of what I was trying to indicate earlier, that those designations take in a number of factors when they're placed on a particular property. So roadway capacities, circulation, configurations, all of those things are, I think, part of it. And proximity to other things as well, other land uses, proximity to planned commercial. I mean, it is a comprehensive analysis when you place a general plan designation on a particular site.
Thank you, board member Hedgepeth and Mr. Rose. Appreciate that. So before we get on to the next piece, I think I'm just going to tell you what to expect over the next couple presentations. So our next presentation is going to be an applicant presentation. They're going to be given 15 minutes for that presentation, followed by the appellant presentation. The appellant is also given 15 minutes during their presentation time. And then there will be an applicant response to the appellant presentation. They will be given 10 minutes for that presentation. And then we will open up the public hearing for public comment. And then once the public hearing has closed, we'll go ahead and have questions from the design review board of either staff, applicant, appellant, and we can get any clarifications needed, and then we'll kind of move on to our board decision after that. So with that, we'll give a couple of minutes here to get the applicant presentation teed up, and then we'll invite the applicant to begin their 15-minute presentation.
Chair Kincaid, this is Bill Rose. This might be a good opportunity for just a quick break. Maybe
okay.
3 to 5 minutes.
Sounds great. So at this time, board members, feel free to mute yourselves and you can take yourself off of video. Let's go ahead and call it a 5-minute break, 6-minute break, and we'll get back together at 6:10. Thank you.
Hey, Chair Kincaid, this is Mike, one of the hosts. We are ready when you are.
Great, thank you, Mike. We'll go ahead and reconvene, and I will invite the applicant, Skellinger Brothers, to make their presentation. And what I would ask is that whoever begins speaking for the applicant, if you can identify yourself and give your relationship to the project, that goes with any speakers, would be very helpful to the process. So with that, I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Chair Kincaid, it'll be 1 second. We're getting them permissions so they can speak. 1 second.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is John Warden. I'm the architect for the project, and I'm here with Mark Bowers from Resource Design, who's the landscape architect.
Welcome, gentlemen.
So this is the overall site. You've seen it before. Next slide, please. And the basic site plan. Here you can see the 12 duet units located at the northern entrance to the project. The 62 single family dwellings located towards the eastern side in the center. And then the 64 apartment units located at the southern entry point. Next slide, please.
This is the overall street tree program and planting. And the main concept here was to provide a common street tree theme based on the parking planting strip width designated by the city of Santa Rosa. And then to basically come up with some ideas for frontage planting along Burbank Avenue and the street trees along that area. I'll talk a little bit more about the comments to the design review when we get a little farther along in the presentation.
Next slide, please. This is the location of the apartment site. We've been working on this project for more than a decade and have tried many other different configurations, both for the site plan and for the location of the apartments specifically. We looked at a site in the center of the project where more or less the location of the cul-de-sac that's currently shown. And we also looked at a site along the northern edge of the property. The northern edge of the property was handicapped by the fact that it's relatively narrow and we needed to have an entry road. And the entry road, unfortunately, needed to be at the far northern edge of the property. We were not allowed to have it further into the property because of the distance between the two entry roads was not large enough to satisfy the fire department requirements. So that forced us to place the northern entry road along the northern edge of the property. In the future, there's a park site on the other side of the adjacent piece of property. And so we felt that this location for the northern entry road would actually benefit the adjacent neighbors and their future development. And so that's where it is. But it made it practically impossible to have an efficient apartment complex off the northern entry drive because of the narrowness of the remainder site after the northern entry road was in place. The central location, the central apartment location, we were able to to fit the apartments in that location, and were able to come up with a configuration that made some sense. However, the apartments are to be developed by a nonprofit. That we intended to have them be developed by a nonprofit developer, and they wanted to have autonomy and to have the ability to have frontage directly off Burbank Avenue, and that precluded that central location. In addition to that, the apartment site is anticipated to be the first phase, and building the infrastructure necessary to serve that entry made more sense to have the apartments at the southern portion of the site. We recognized that that was adjacent to neighbors to the south of us, and so we configured the apartments in such a way to create the maximum buffer between the southern neighbors and the apartment buildings themselves. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is just a diagrammatic site plan of how the apartment buildings work. They are 2- and 3-story buildings. They have tuck under carports facing into 2 parking courts, one on the eastern end and one on the western end of the property. We placed the ends of the buildings towards the entry drive such that they would create an attractive and non-parking loaded configuration along the entry drive into the project itself. And then we created the internal parking area to maximize the buffer between the apartment buildings themselves and the southern neighbors. Next slide, please. This is the apartment scheme as it was presented to you last November at the design review meeting. You had numerous comments about the design, about it being monolithic, about the plus sign element of the elevation, about the color scheme. And so next slide, please. This is from the same vantage point, the intersection of the South Entry Drive and Burbank Avenue. So what we've tried to do is to create lower building forms, lower 2-story wings essentially on either side of the 3-story mass at the center, fronting onto Burbank Avenue to lower the scale as seen from Burbank Avenue. In addition to that, next slide, please. We recessed the central section and such that the deck areas were not contained within the roof of the building, but projected outwards. And it created more of a reduced mass at the center, flanked by the stairs themselves. And we lightened the color scheme in such a way and diversified the materials in such a way to break up the mass of the building and have the buildings not read so monolithically, so that they became more of a collection of buildings than a single building. Next slide, please. This is a view along Burbank Avenue from the southeastern corner looking towards the southwestern corner looking towards the northeast. And here you can see that or you can't see, but here we increased the southern property setback by 5 feet and increase the landscape buffer along that area as well to create a larger buffer between the southern neighbors and the development itself. Next slide, please. In addition to that, along the southern elevation, we created a series of stair-step roof forms that go from the 3 stories to the 2 stories and down to some smaller 1-story elements and then back up again. So they undulate along the southern property line in such a way to break up the mass of the building. Here again, you can see the mixture of siding types and colors used to break up the scale of the buildings themselves. Next slide, please. This is a bird's eye looking towards the northeast. You can see just indicated the distance between some of the buildings and the adjacent structures, the neighboring structures. The 96-foot structure, the structure at the very corner is not shown in the drawing. I'm afraid that got cropped off, but it's 96 feet to that building. It's 106 feet to the adjacent residential and 76 feet to the adjacent garage. Next slide, please.
So the main focus for the landscaping around the apartment multi-use building was to provide a diverse outdoor areas for different age groups. And one of the comments that came up last time was to provide maybe less of a program for like the central courtyard. So what we did there was we just kind of simplified it and created more of a space that could be used as a flex space. And then for the seating areas that are around the perimeter of the buildings, we kind of had a kind of a hog wire rail fencing, providing some pedestrian protection from sidewalks and the crossings of roadways. And then the idea there was to create spaces that actually have different size and different scale. So some of them would be set up for barbecuing and more active use, and then some of them would be more passive use. And again, focusing on activities for different age groups. When we shifted the building mass to the north at 5 feet that John was mentioning, part of the concern was the neighbors to the south. And originally we had in there just 15-gallon trees that are part of the landscape buffer along there. And then after hearing the concern of neighbors, the idea was in sliding that building to the 5 feet, we actually increased that buffer, which allows us to plant bigger trees. And then we also offered to be able to plant trees that are more in the 36-inch box size range, which probably puts you in a tree that's probably in the 10 to 12 feet, maybe up to 14 feet, so that there would be mass and vegetation above that fence the day that the trees are planted. And then we also proposed along that side a good neighbor fence that's a 6-foot wood fence that looks the same from both sides. The lower sketch there, the idea was to give you a view looking down those corridors where the cars are parking. And so you can see how the trees are strategically placed between each drive aisle or between each driveway to provide scale and softening of the building mass down through there. Next slide. Next slide. Here's a blow up of that courtyard area. Before we had some activities in there. I wouldn't call them aggressive activities, but a little more on the passive side. We had a balance beam, we had sand, we had butterfly gardens, that type of thing. And so in this scheme here, we just kind of simplified it to create a series of benches and seating areas, and then a nice canopy of trees to provide shade, and then a flexibility of an open space and some paving combinations that allow for different uses. And then in the bird's eye view down below, you can kind of see the view looking in through that courtyard. I kind of thinned out that big oak tree. That's one of the live oak trees that was added along there to get the views in there. And then the other comment that we received was to provide a little more diversity in the street tree program and to try to include some native trees that were part of the scenic corridor. And so what we did is we proposed to plant live oaks as a street tree along Burbank Avenue, where we have the space and the width to be able to take a tree of that size. And then we incorporated throughout the single families and the duets a number of valley oak trees to maintain that scenic corridor character. And then they're positioned primarily in corner locations. So you at the alley of the street, then you've got large valley oaks anchoring the corners of the project. Next slide.
So the next section, I'll just briefly deal with some of the criteria of the single family dwellings. They're located in the orange areas as shown on the diagram. Next slide, please. The basic premise is that every house would fit on every lot to allow a greater diversity in terms of the siting and in terms of the visual aspects. The garages have the ability to enter on two sides, so that at corner locations, we're able to swing the garage doors around to minimize the repetitiveness of garage doors. Next slide, please. And the diversity is built into the project by different second story floors. So there are different bedroom configurations, a 2-bedroom second floor, a 3-bedroom second floor, a 4-bedroom second floor, that yield radically different roof forms. And all of those sit on top of buildings that emphasize porches as the dominant feature along the street. Next slide, please.
And as John mentioned about the diversity in the building, it's kind of carries along the same theme with the individual lot landscaping. So I talked about earlier about the street trees having a common theme anchored by big valley oaks at the end of the intersections. And then just as the architecture is different, we're also then proposing to have a different style of landscaping based on the style of the house. And so we've got 3 or 4 different configurations in there that reflect that. Next slide.
Finally, the duet site is at the upper, the northern corner of the project. Next slide, please. It's 12 units total, consisting of 6 duet buildings. There are 3 different types. There are 2 street fronting duet types, and then 1 long, skinny duet type at the back. They form 2 auto courts that have parkable driveways within them, and then the entrances to the different duets face out onto the street and into the auto court. Next slide, please. Here you can see the basic configuration. The garages clustered around the auto courts, the units to the rear, and various sizes of backyards and front porches. Next slide, please. So as you're driving along the street, the building fronting the street itself is a single house. So there are 4 houses in a row, and then the others are tucked back behind. Next slide, please. Here you can see an elevated view of the 2 front buildings and then the single back building. Next slide, please. And then this is the view from the south looking towards the northwest with the two longer buildings that front the backyards. Next slide, please.
Board members and applicant, if I could jump in a little bit. The applicant has about another minute left of presenting time.
Good, we'll speed that up. I think the key component here on the duets is that we've got 6 driveways that are coming off 1 entry off the road. So the idea there was to turn it into more of a plaza. So you've got some low walls along the frontage that kind of create a sense of entry into there. And then you have a diversity of the paving changing so that the feel is overall more like a plaza than actually a parking lot. Next slide. And then this is just a quick recap on some of the street sections where we've got the street trees that have been brought in and proposed as live oaks along Burbank Avenue, like I mentioned. And then the valley oaks as well. On the left, lower left, you'll see there's the fence details that we have for around the perimeter of the project. And then on the lower right there, you'll see a section that's cut through the apartment buildings. And that's going over to the southern property line where there's a 6-foot fence. You can see the trees that are planted along that 5-foot buffer to help scale down the size of the buildings from off-site views. And then in the center of the sheet, we kind of did a quick little diagram showing the proximity of the buildings to the south and then the location of the strategically planted trees that are in the 5-foot setback. And so you can see it doesn't take a tree of very great height to be able to take out a building that's 35 feet high because of the distance that they are back away from the property line and the fence line.
Next slide, please. And that's the end of our presentation. Thank you.
15.5 seconds. Great job.
Okay, thank you, applicant Mr. John Warden and Mark Bowers. We appreciate the presentation. I think that we tried to keep the presentation to 15 minutes, but obviously it went a bit over, so we'll just afford the appellant the same latitude in the 15 minutes to make sure that they get through their presentation. So I don't think the appellant has been named this evening, so I would like to welcome the appellant, Mr. Mark Henry Parrish. And I'm not sure, maybe staff can give me some indication whether the appellant has an actual presentation to slideshow for us, or if it's just a verbal presentation. And while you get that answer for me, I'll go ahead and make note that normally the appellant is afforded just one speaker. The appellant has asked the board to consider them having multiple speakers. And in this setting, I think we want to provide as much latitude as possible. So we're going to go ahead and allow multiple speakers confined to the time set forth of 15 minutes plus a little extra. And the only caveat with that is that if the appellant presents a speaker, that person can then not be a public speaker as well. So one or the other in that vein. With that, we'll go ahead and turn it over to the appellant for a presentation.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to present our appeal this afternoon. My name is Erin Reinberg, and I will be speaking for the appellant, Mark Parrish, and I will be presenting our appeal on behalf of the residents First Roseland, representing the neighbors of Burbank Avenue, McMinn Avenue, and Parrish Lane. Next slide, please. I wanted to start this meeting by first going over some grievances. Before we move into this presentation, I want to formally state our objection to this meeting occurring and ask for a continuance on all decisions concerning our appeals until the COVID-19 restrictions are lifted and all of our neighborhood can equally and fairly participate. In the turbulent world we now find ourselves in, moving forward with this meeting does not meet the essential needs of the community and poses no urgency. The meeting should be postponed so that all voices can be heard, especially those of our socioeconomically disadvantaged neighbors without access to internet and other technological means to participate in a Zoom format. This includes getting notifications to even call in. I would like to reiterate that this is a direct violation of the Brown Act and the Bagley-Keene Act and does not fall under the governor's suspensions as the meeting is not urgent to the well-being of citizens. Next slide, please. I wanted to begin our presentation with the grievances against the city and its blatant ignoring of resident concerns. You have heard in their presentations tonight claims that this project fits with the Roseland specific plan and meets guidelines for the priority development area. However, this is simply not the case, as our presentation will show. What should become clear is that the city has made up its mind. The draft resolution for this meeting already states to deny our appeal without even hearing us. What it shows is that the voices of a neighborhood that loves its street, loves its open spaces, loves its diversity, and values the importance of nature fall deftly on city planners and members that only see how to build, build, build. This project doesn't fit the characteristics of the neighborhood and jeopardizes the preservation efforts to keep Burbank Avenue scenic and rural. What has become apparent in these meetings is a lack of an elected Roseland voice on council and planning boards. This means that Roseland residents have no direct representation and no one fighting for their voices in an audience of representatives that only want to force overdevelopment on our small community under a guise of priority development area. The city expects Roseland residents to just bend over and take their heartless comments, that we just have to deal with change, as stated during the February 1st design review meeting, despite multiple neighbors sharing their disdain, while at the same time giving no way for the people of Roseland to elect representation loyal to Roseland and truly invested in our community. How can projects continue to move forward without proper representation? A clear violation of our founding rights as Americans. Next slide, please. Another matter that has become clear to the residents of Roseland, and in particular the neighbors of Burbank Avenue, McMinn Avenue, and Parish Lane, is a complete lack of impropriety and collusion among the city and developers. This was witnessed at the February 5th Design Review Board meeting, with favoritism shown to developers over neighbors, demanding that the meeting be stopped in violation of the Brown Act and access to documentation. It was shown again at the February 13th Planning Commission meeting, when a clear favoritism was shown the Schellinger brothers and their representatives in the name of buzzwords like affordable housing and mixed development. Even the city attorney here tonight shows more sympathy to the developers over the residents. How is the neighborhood not to look at favoritism with suspicion and question the ethics of our representatives that seem to forget that they serve the will of the people, not developers? The city and developers cite the specific plan to say that this project fits the characteristics and life on Burbank Avenue. If this is the case, why do so many neighbors oppose it and state the opposite? Why do these voices get ignored and developers ever want is approved? I will now turn this over to Mr. DeWitt for slide 5. Next slide, please. Can the speaker please give Mr. DeWitt speaking permission?
If we can please ask him to raise his hand. We don't see him on the phone call. Thank you.
Have I been unmuted?
Yes, Dwayne, go ahead.
Thank you. This slide points out some things that are very important, because at the February 5th meeting of the zoning administrator, at the beginning of the meeting, I specifically requested that the files for this case be there for us to reference. Mr. Zoning Administrator did not make them available to us. Also, we requested that minutes be taken of the meeting, or also record the meeting. The Zoning Administrator denied that opportunity and then went forward to hold the meeting. So this is a violation of the California Constitution and the Brown Act, which was fully enforced at that time, where it's pointed out the public does not relinquish or yield sovereignty, that basically we don't give the government the right to decide what is good for the public to know or not know. In this case, the zoning administrator unilaterally made that decision and approved this project over the protestations of many there in the audience. He didn't mention that today, and you have no record of anything to reference. You're just going off of his assertions today. May we have the next slide? Now, I can't see if the slide's up there, and I'm just doing this by a flip phone, but basically, I believe the environmental impact report is inadequate. I believe that there has not been a current, up-to-date, objective, unbiased assessment of California tiger salamander habitat in that area. As a matter of fact, there has been a paid assessment by the applicant to back up what the applicant wants, but not to look deeply into what is to be protected, the endangered species of the California tiger salamander. Now, in the past, there had been lawsuits brought forward by the Sierra Club to make sure that the city would give more prior notification for meetings and documents to be available. And as a matter of fact, the city had an open government task force 6 years ago working supposedly to help the community have more information. And that's what this has been about, we've been told, is this is a community plan to help Roseland. And yet at least 8 Roseland residents came together to oppose this plan, while many more have stated they do not support what the city's doing. So I hereby request and let the record show that there be a California tiger salamander bio assessment by a disinterested party, and that also the EIR actively reflect the increase in traffic and problems that have come from the Burbank housing project known as the Crossroads just down the street. So we're requesting a new report. So this was slide 6. I'm now requesting slide 7, please. So I hope slide 7 is up. And slide 7 basically points out that Burbank Avenue is a neighborhood. It's been there as long as at least 100 years, Burbank Avenue, when Luther Burbank bought the property down at Sebastopol Road and the corner of Burbank Avenue. The people who live there have serious concerns about what's been put forward, and especially about the plans to cut down so many trees and not really keep the heritage trees. And this doesn't match with what the scenic road guidelines, which I helped to advocate to be put in place almost 20 years ago. I'd like to now transition this back to Ms. Reinberg so that she can speak with you again, and I'll be back near the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt, for painting that picture of our street and neighborhood, an area that lacks representation to truly appreciate its place as a scenic road. In a few words to describe Burbank Avenue, it is a culturally diverse and family-centered community with modest single-family homes and large setbacks of open green space with heritage oak and redwood trees, as you see in these pictures here, directly across from the planned development. It's a scenic road, rich in history and heritage, as Mr. DeWitt noted too. And when thinking of characteristics, the dense project proposed here does not match and therefore violates the city's specific plan to contribute to neighborhood character and quality of life, reference in AH-13 of the specific plan. Next slide, please. We know that different types of housing is necessary to meet the demands of our city, but the location of multifamily units needs to be done with care so as to best serve future tenants and without taking away from neighborhood characteristics as laid out in the specific plan. I wanted to paint a picture of the new 2017 outlier on Burbank Avenue, the Crossroads Apartments put in by Burbank Housing. These are 2-story low-income units, 2 parcels south from the proposed Burbank development we are appealing tonight. These apartments are already larger than the single-family homes on Burbank Avenue and do not fit the scenic road with over-cemented walkways and small trees. Additionally, the proposed development talks about how a good neighbor fence will support current residents. The good neighbor fence between the Crossroads apartment and the local neighbors is anything but. It's full of cigarette butts to the ground and non-smoking requirement, and because neighbors come out because of their non-smoking requirements of the apartments. All this aside, despite its outlying characteristics, the Crossroads apartments are significantly smaller in scale and style than the proposed multifamily complex right on Burbank Avenue and butting up to Parish Lane residents. Why would anything need to be larger than these apartments? How does that match neighborhood characteristics and quality of life as cited in the specific plan? Next slide, please. We want to emphasize again, as residents of Burbank Avenue, McMinn Avenue, and Parish Lane, that we are not a community in change as the city forces upon us, as stated to us at the February 5th meeting. We are a diverse group of new and long-term residents that love our rural charm and want to preserve the scenic road and open spaces. You stated that the road cannot handle it in one of your questions, board members. This is absolutely correct. It cannot. When considering development, more thought needs to be given to our current residents that call Burbank Avenue home and do not see it as a place to build, build, build. Next slide, please. With this specific plan, careful consideration and re-review must be given to our road conditions, parking, and safe social distancing. The city's road study would have you believe that a stoplight at the intersection of Burbank Avenue and Hearn would solve all the congestions and road issues. However, the city doesn't live on our street. They don't see the daily growth and motorists bypassing Stony Point to get to Sebastopol Avenue and vice versa to Hearn. They are deaf to the numerous reports to city police and city offices from neighbors about the excessive speeding. Adding more people to an already congested and dangerous road serves the safety of no one. Additionally, traffic studies are requested at all times of day to truly understand the dynamic nature of our road. Additionally, the parking report is a fairy tale where everyone has a single family living in each unit. In reality, to afford to live in California, most residents have multiple families living in them. With that brings more cars and a need to park them. You can already see the parking difficulties at the Crossroads apartments. How will that truly be mitigated when even denser housing in this development, when there's no off-street parking along Burbank Avenue or Parrish Lane? Lastly, in a need to safely social distance, increasing density in an area that lacks sufficient space to let people pass each other is dangerous to current and future residents. Next slide, please. We asked both the Design Review Board and developer to listen to the voices of the neighbors and to match neighborhood characteristics. Claims that this project do not violate characteristics is a fallacy, and per the specific plan, housing units need to contribute to neighborhood character and quality of life. This means a minimum, no structures over 3 stories tall. Next slide, please. We also ask for reconsideration of high density locations. In consideration to neighbors, we request that multi-unit housing be placed at the geographic center of all neighbors on Burbank, McMinn, and Parrish Lane. This preserves the scenic road landscape, neighborhood characteristics, and is still in line with providing different types of housing. We ask that the Schellinger brothers be honest in their reasoning for the location. The response has been, it is more desirable to be on the street. Schellingers claim that they have allegedly planned to sell it to one of their child companies, Waterstone, that nonprofit they speak of, owned by a Schellinger family member, as per documentation with this meeting, to build this multi-unit apartment complex in league with Burbank Housing. However, as to date, on records shared, no sale has gone through, and there's no documentation of financing there by invalidating claims of affordable housing. Since this property hasn't been sold, there's no reason why it could not be moved other than to better line the pockets of the developer. Again, we ask the Design Review Board to listen to the voices of the neighborhood and consider our appeal to move the apartment complex to the geographic center in fairness to all residents and in a spot that the developer just shared would work. Next slide, please. We also ask that you consider the size and scope of the multifamily structure in relation to other development projects within the Dutton Avenue, Sebastopol Avenue, and Stony Point and Hearn roads. In review of these current developments, none of the structures are 3 stories tall. Even locations that would better serve 3-story structure, like the new development on Sebastopol Ave and Stony Point, referenced in these pictures. And on the new development on Dutton Ave and Hearn that Mr. DeWitt will speak about momentarily. 3 stories fails city design guidelines to develop multifamily housing that is compatible with surrounding homes and structures. This would be the only 3-story structure on Burbank Avenue and surrounding neighborhood, and does not match the characteristics of any building, including the new Crossroads apartment, which is the closest comparison. How can a 3-story design be approved as matching the neighborhood characteristics when it clearly does not, and is not done in any area close to this project? If the complex is on Sebastopol Road, bordering the 12, a busy highway and a busy city street aren't 3 stories, then the complex on the scenic corridor of Burbank Avenue shouldn't be either. I will now turn this back over to Mr. DeWitt and cover our next recommendations on slide 14. Next slide, please.
Chair Kincaid, the applicant and appellant have both spoke for 17 minutes. I'm just letting you know the time.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Mr. DeWitt, since you're coming back on, how much longer do you feel like you need to wrap up?
2 minutes, sir.
Okay, we will give you that latitude. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm looking at slide 14, I hope, and this is about open spaces and about how our area needs to have more open spaces and park requirements for the city need to be met. A 14-acre development on Dutton Avenue at Hearn Avenue called Paseo Vista was given approval by the city before it was annexed in and it was designed to city guidelines, and that 14-acre development has 3 parks within it. That is what needs to happen here, and less housing, especially these large 3-story buildings. They should be taken out of there, and some parks and green space should be next to the southern side of the property. Now, preserving the heritage oak trees and the redwoods and other trees that are there is very important. This was done at Paseo Vista development. They were making it apparent to save trees. Here on Burbank Avenue, these folks are talking about tearing them out and saying, well, we'll replace them and make it better in the future. We have no way of knowing if that could really occur. And I would hope that you folks would not let that go forward. This is just a promise that may be empty. So here we're at final recommendations and the concluding appeals. I'm hoping that slide 16, my apologies. And here we're hoping that you'll listen to the voices of the people who came to meetings but were ignored by city staff. Listen to the voices of the people who do not want these tall buildings and who want to make sure that whatever comes forward in the future is compatible with the neighborhood rather than destroying the neighborhood. Neighborhood voices must be heard. And that was part of the reason why when I came on February the 5th, I made a point of making sure that it was in the record that we requested the files be available and that they do recordings and minutes, and staff ignored us. So this is your final slide, number 17. And on that slide, there's some neighborhood voices. But I want to enter into the record my own comment that I want the record to show that we've made an effort and we're trying to make sure that we do the administrative remedies to have you folks continue this meeting until after the COVID so-called crisis is out of the way and public meetings can be held where members of the public can participate. It's very difficult for me to try to do this with a flip phone, and I don't know what other people are doing. In my community, many folks do not have internet access 24/7 like you more well-to-do folks who can be on these boards and commissions. So my hope to you is that you will take this into consideration and not finalize this decision today, continue it. We are looking forward to working with you to try to make our neighborhood better, not worse. And I will be continuing to try to put forward an ex parte request to the Superior Court to continue all the meetings in the future. It's no reflection upon you folks. It's just a reflection upon the zoning administrator who basically poisoned the whole process back on the 5th of February before COVID was in place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. It was pretty close to 2 minutes. I appreciate you keeping it to that. And I want to thank the appellant, Ms. Reinberg and Mr. DeWitt for their presentation. At this time, I would like to ask the applicant if they need a few moments before they provide their response to the appellant, or if they have a response that they actually want to proceed forward with.
This is Joe Ripple with Skellinger Brothers.
Welcome, Joe.
We appreciate the presentation tonight. There isn't much we can add to what has been said or even respond to it. We've been involved on Burbank Avenue for approximately 22 years. There were meetings that we attended. There were meetings relative to the zoning. There were meetings relative to the EIR. And all stakeholders, all the neighbors, everybody else had the opportunity to be in those meetings. We did not make the designation for the zoning for that specific piece of property and or for the sites that we're representing and are presenting. And we basically defer to staff to respond to the majority of it because it's out of our purview. And we are proud of what we designed, and we think it is indeed superior design for that neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ripple. Any other comments from the applicant team?
No, thank you.
Okay. Okay, well, that wraps up our presentation from the applicant, the appellant, and the response from the applicant. So now we will move on to public comment. Before we open up public comment, I just wanted to make everybody aware that we are going to take live public comments first. So that's anybody who's on the Zoom call, on the phone. Then we will go to voicemails that have been received. And lastly, any emails that have been received that weren't part of the package already and are not part of the record, but may have been received subsequent to whatever deadlines were set forth in the notices. So with that, I'll turn it over to staff and they can take us through whoever's got their hand raised or is on the phone. Opening public comment.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. We're still waiting for some hands to raise. And also if somebody calls in tonight that left a voicemail previously, we will not play the voicemail so that each person has the one chance to speak.
It looks like we have a George Madrigal who's got their hand raised.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, and you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is George Madrigal, and I would like to speak in support of the new development. I think we desperately need housing as a city. Further, I think that the design has been changed to kind of accommodate what's in the general plan, which is keeping Burbank Avenue semi-rural. So I'd like to thank the architects for making it, for making those compromises. And I also like to encourage the design review board to go ahead and push this forward because we need more housing. And not everyone has the luxury of having a huge tract of land, acres and acres. We need more housing. So thank you.
Good way to start out.
Where did that come from? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Madrigal. Appreciate your comments.
Bill camouflaged his voice.
We have Eric Paul.
Yes, Eric Paul.
Eric Paul.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I do have an objection to the project. My time doesn't look like it's going. Okay. I do have an objection to the project. The problem I really see is the 3 stories. It's no place around, there's very limited areas in Sonoma County, or actually Santa Rosa, that has a 3-story buildings, and now it's overlooking my neighbor's backyard. I think that's pretty rude. I think you could easily move the low income area to a place where it's not going to impact anybody's property or their privacy. I think I feel that this is just all about money. Second, I was at the last meeting and I talked about speed tables on Burbank Avenue, and was told that since it has a fire lane, that is a problem because, or where the firemen are. My mother-in-law is actually a fireman. She said that has no problem. There is no problem with speed tables, and that the fire trucks are supposed to be going the speed limit because these trucks are so heavy that it is dangerous to actually impede the speed limit. Let's see, and I also have adamant objection to this Zoom meeting. I really adamantly believe that we should all postpone this entire meeting and be able to all come publicly to a space and be able to voice our opinions. Because I do know friends of mine and neighbors of mine that do not have the ability to actually come via Zoom to see this, or by phone, or they're not technologically able. My mother in particular, she may have internet, but she is so inept at this stuff. She has no idea how to do it. She could come to a committee, but not be able to come to this. That's about it. So thank you.
In the materials and evaluating the project.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Can we make sure everybody's on mute except for the speaker, please?
Looks like next we have a Katie Johnson.
Hi, I'd like to second Eric Paul in that we should wait for the meeting so that all the community members can come together. And also, I'd like to ask that the reason this has taken so long is because it's not a good idea. Your developer, who said Mark Warden, or the architect, I'm sorry, said that it's been over 10 years to get this approved. I think there's a reason for that, and that the space is too small, and that there's going to be no parking. The trees are too close to the housing units, and it's overall not a good idea for the community. On the Santa Rosa or the Sonoma County website, Santa Rosa is marked as an untarnished gem, and adding this will change the ambiance of the city.
Thank you for your comments.
Nick Reinberg.
I don't know, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Well, I would also like to join in the postponing an agreement to postpone this hearing until this can be held in person. It is much easier to be able to understand some of the concepts going on in person as opposed to over Zoom. Additionally, I would like to bring to the attention of the board that Adam Ross is actually misrepresenting statements that were made at the February 5th hearing. And additionally, that we can't disprove this because of the lack of minutes that were taken at that meeting as well, which is my understanding a violation of Brown Act. So I think that it is imperative that it be on the record that the city is again presenting misrepresentations of occurrences due to the lack of adherence to proper statute. Furthermore, the traffic and the instances of what the studies say and what's actual reality need to be brought and recognized by the board. The fact that we have a situation where you're going to have low-income housing with high occupancy, even if it's not quote-unquote mandated, then that's it's not reality. That's not what's actually going to happen. You're going to have an overflow of parking. You're going to have an overflow of traffic from this low-income housing, which, by the way, we can't even guarantee is going to be low-income housing, from my understanding, because the developer hasn't even secured the ability for it to be low-income housing. There's no proof that it's going to be sold to be low-income housing. So I think you're putting the cart before the horse here when you have a situation where low-income housing is being reported to be created with no actual proof that it's actually going to occur. And, you know, my understanding is that there are several other low-income projects throughout the city of Santa Rosa and the county of Sonoma that are not currently being worked on that are actually ahead of this project. So if we have this backlog of low-income housing, what's the rush? Thank you.
And thank you, sir, for your comments as well. I wanted to go ahead and remind folks that at the outset, we said that the appellant requested that they have more than one speaker, and in doing so, we allowed the more than one speaker, but requested that those speakers who joined would not be available for, again, public comment. So we're going to stick to that adherence. And so if you've got your hand raised and you've already spoken, we've considered your 3 minutes already been utilized.
Oh, that's bullshit.
I muted him. It appears at this time that we do not have anybody else raising their hand that's not part of the appellant team.
Okay, we'll go ahead and give it another minute or so and see if anybody comes online. And we can always jump back if somebody joins while we're handling the voicemail and email portions.
Yes, at this time we have appellant Parrish and appellant Reinberg both raising their hands. No other members of the attendees at this time.
Chair Kincaid, I've got a quick question on that one. In the event that, like, say there are multiple people sitting in front of the computer, for instance, and so we've had appellant Reinberg speak, for instance, but if, say, appellant Reinberg's best friend Jane Doe was sitting there, could she speak in that component, or just a clarification for kind of the Zoom-ness, I guess, that's why I'm asking the question.
Sure, I think the intent is to, because they're timed, both applicant and appellant presentations and responses, I think the intent is to not let one get more comment than the other in that regard. And so if there was someone who hasn't spoken that wants to be a member of the public and speak, they can go ahead and do so.
Correct, and at this time we do not see any other members of the public wishing to speak.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and move on to any voicemails that were received that need to be summarized for the record.
Hello, my name is Fred Kruger. I want to comment on the design review board meeting.
It looks like we're having a technical difficulty having the clock and the audio go at the same time, so I'll keep a clock offline, unfortunately, and stop the recording when the time is up.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you.
On the proposed development at 1400 Burbank Avenue. It's unfair to most citizens to hold a meeting by Zoom because many people don't have that capability, and that shuts out probably a majority of the people in the Roseland Avenue area. Please wait on this issue until there's the ability for the local population to find out about it and to have their comments. We're already severely overpopulated in this area. Going all the way back to 2009, the intersections of Stony Point and Hearn, Stony Point and Sebastopol Road and Dutton Avenue were declared a level of service of F. In the intervening decade, population has increased linearly, and the roads are too congested for you to keep putting people into this area. It's not fair. We're overpopulated, and we don't have the ability to handle new housing developments. It's not going to help the homeless people because they're not going to buy new houses. Those houses will go to people from Marin County and the San Francisco Greater Bay Area because housing costs are so much cheaper here than in those areas. This is only going to increase congestion, turn the Santa Rosa area into a new Los Angeles or San Jose. And we don't have water supplies into the future that will ensure continued supply for all citizens. So not fair to do it this way. We don't want it. Additional housing off of Hearn Avenue has already been refused, and there's no reason why this one would be accepted if we had a full ability to participate. Thank you for hearing these comments. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Cesar Valencia. I live on 1870 Burbank Avenue. I'm calling regarding the project on Burbank project. Because of the whatever's going on with COVID, I haven't been able to get the internet people to come to my house and fix the issues. I can't connect to the internet at all right now, and they haven't given me a date to come and fix the issue that I have on my place. So I don't think I'm going to be able to be connected tomorrow for the meeting that you guys having for the development. Any questions? My phone number is 707-483-9781. Bye-bye.
This is just a general comment. I live in the Roseland area and don't have internet access 24/7 and can't be at these meetings online. I request that these meetings be postponed until such time as they can be held in person normally at City Hall. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Fred Kruger. I want to comment on the Design Review Board meeting on the proposed
Hi, my name is Cesar Valencia.
Sorry, we're having some technical difficulty with that. 1 second.
Understood.
Mr. Chair, if I may ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm wondering why Mr. Reinberg's comment was excluded. He's not at my residence currently, and he is separate from the presentation.
I believe that he just spoke to us prior to us getting to the voicemails.
Okay, was that recorded as part of the public comment? Because it sounded like you said that was not going to count.
No, the phone.
No, the actual public comment here tonight.
Yeah, the actual public comment is on record.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
You bet. I'll ask staff, are there any emails that need to be read into the record?
So staff forwarded all of the email correspondence received up to this point yesterday. There was an additional voicemail public comment from Matt Reinberg as well, but that was not included because he just spoke in under public comment here. So it went outside the 3-minute threshold.
I believe it's Nick Reinberg, correct?
Yes, thank you for the question.
Yep, I just wanted to make sure we don't have two Mr. Reinbergs that both wish to speak. Okay, so we'll give it another minute for any further public comment before we close out.
Chair Kincaid, we don't see any new raised hands from members of the public.
Okay, Then I think we'll go ahead and close the public comment period on item 6.1, and we will bring it back to the board. So at this time, the board can address the applicant, the appellant, and staff with any questions. So let's go through questions first, then we'll bring it back to the board for comments and any motions that we desire to make. I guess before we get into the questions and comments, I know we talked a little bit about the options this evening, and we've been asked by the applicant for approval and the staff for approval and the appellant for denial. So we have kind of three options. We can uphold the appeal, which is denying the minor design review permit. We can deny the appeal, which approves the project by adopting the draft resolution provided by staff. We can add or amend to that resolution and condition the approval. And then we would we could ask staff to bring that back to memorialize the approval if necessary. Third option would be to continue the item and direct the applicant and staff to return to the design review board or the zoning administrator with new information and or changes to the project. So those are the three options we have. With that, we'll start with board member Hedgepeth. Any questions for either the applicant, appellant, or staff?
Yes, thank you, Chair Kincaid. This may be for staff. I know the purview of our board, we're principally looking at the vertical, the actual design of the project. Land use is deferred to and part of the Planning Commission's purview. And I've been reading through, obviously, these documents. Typically, I think it was from 2019 on, this may be for Bill specifically, the framework in approaching the city is if you're a detached subdivision, you're 8% minimum for deed restricted units, whether that's 30 to 50 years. Or actually, let me reframe that. Let me recant. It's 15% for single family and 8% for apartments. Apartments being incentivized. If your market rate, if you don't have a party you're memorializing agreements with that stewards deed restriction for some time. The reason I bring this all up is that in looking through the Planning Commission approval of the project, they cited compliance with CEQA, cited the fact that the Roseland hearings framework and public input created a pattern, a template, so to speak, for the Roseland area of land use. And this goes back to complement the zoning. So it's a delicate question because I only want to frame it in terms of the development agreement. Typically when a map is approved, there is a memorialization that there's some stewardship. So I only bring it up not to skew our review of the vertical, but to gain some clarity here about whether staff feels comfortable that your standards of how you see deed restriction happening in this project can carry forward with the credibility and what you see as the right thing to do.
With all due respect, I'm not sure I fully understand the question.
Okay,
maybe...
Sure. Let me just simplify it. The question centers on, does the city of Santa Rosa have in the resolution from the Planning Commission that there is a mandatory deed restriction framework for both the single family detached and the attached in some proportion that would carry through?
So if you're asking, is this an affordable housing project that has affordable units that are mandated as part of any land use approvals? The answer is no, it's not required to, and they're not bound to do that. The applicant, and I will defer to the applicant to explain it in more detail, has indicated a strong desire to do exactly that. but it's not a requirement. Now, when a project does not provide the on-site affordable, they have to pay the fees. So I think, though, as I said, this would be maybe a good opportunity to let the applicant explain their desires for the affordable housing component.
And thank you, Bill.
Oh.
I just want to quickly say, yes, I understand that as a market rate person, you can make applications and pay in lieu fees. That was something I was aware of. But thank you.
This is Bill again. Ashley, Assistant City Attorney Crocker, did you have something to add on that?
No, I think you covered it. I mean, just to be clear that as part of the Planning Commission approvals and the conditions of approval, one of the conditions is to comply with the affordable housing requirements, be that, as Bill said, by fee or otherwise. But that is one of the standard conditions of approval.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Hedgebeth. Board Member Cordenbrock, questions for any of the three, staff, appellant, applicant?
Okay, hey there, can everyone hear me? Good, okay. So I've got a series of questions, maybe for everybody, but first I'll kind of group them by applicant and then appellant, and maybe there's a couple for staff in there as well. Does that sound good? So first for the applicant, there is the concern over the affordable units, and it sounds like based on what Bill Rose was saying, that the development doesn't necessarily have to have that affordable component, but maybe there's a fee, as a fee that could be paid for those affordable housing units. And so I'm wondering, is the current design, does it, I guess, will there be, drastic changes if the model is flipped from market rate to affordable units? One for funding, pro forma, amenities needed, et cetera. So I'm wondering, will the design change be drastically affected should this go to an affordable housing, development or apartment development?
Member Cordenbrock, this is Bill Rose. So yeah, just to reiterate what I said, and I think you stated it accurately, projects have to comply with the affordable housing requirements, and they do so either by providing those units on site, or then they pay the appropriate fee. So it's not a requirement per se they be on site, but they do have to abide by those regulations.
Sure.
In terms of the design and the changes, I think that staff would defer to the applicant or the applicant's architect on that.
Great. So I guess that question is now for architect and landscape architect. Or
yeah, correct. If we can open the microphone for maybe Mr. Warden or even the project applicant as well.
Yeah, Mr. Ripple as well.
His applicant Warden has the ability to mute and unmute himself. He is unmuted at this time.
This is Joe Ripple with Skellinger Brothers and the representative and one of the owners of Waterstone Residential is here, and he can respond. Portable.
Sure. So as previously mentioned, Waterstone Residential, in partnership with Burbank Housing, is under contract to purchase the apartment component of the master plan. And the intention is to develop it as an affordable housing community. It was designed with that use in mind. And so in the event that
Waterstone and Burbank are unable to secure the financing required to proceed with an affordable development, I presume the applicant would have to consider if any changes would be necessary, because again, it has been designed for an affordable housing development. I would presume, though, however, that the apartments could be developed as market rate if, in fact, the financing was there, because there's not a lot of changes that would be required.
Okay. Would you mind stating your name for the record, please?
Sure. Excuse me. It's Peter Skellinger.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I was also wondering how the additional buffer that was talked about for the properties to the south, how that then gets recorded. We have a tentative map that shows a certain footprint already. Is that simply just recorded in terms of the assuming whatever motion we make, that's something that'll be adhered to in the future? How's that, I guess, recorded or made, even though a tentative map is already approved, I guess? That'd be for staff, I assume.
Yeah, this is Bill Rose again. Could you just clarify what is it that you're referring to? What would be recorded?
So is the tentative map currently approved as we see it in our attachments?
Correct. It's approved. It has been. It is under an appeal, but it is approved.
Sure. With the design modification to the buffered area that allowed additional trees and such for that southern property line, is that just amended or added in terms of a condition of approval, like this? We have a design modification that should be represented on the tentative map, and so that tentative map would be updated accordingly.
I'm going to ask a representative from our engineering department to respond to that. Maybe Gabe Osborne, if he's available.
Good evening. Yes, similar to basically when a tentative map is approved, really solidifies that approval, and then the final map comes in, and the final map has a requirement to be in substantial conformance with the tentative map.
I see.
So basically, within that preliminary approval and the construction drawings, there are slight shifts. Things do move around in the design. The basic bones of the tentative map have to stay in place: the lot count, the street alignment, those main pieces that affect that overall design. But slight shifts like that can occur if it's meeting the general intention of the condition to provide landscaping buffers in certain areas.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, just curious how that worked and how that gets basically codified, but it sounds like between tentative and final, that's where these modifications can take place. Okay. And then there was a question about, I thought I read that the buildings had been lowered. Was that, and if so, how by how much for the apartments?
I can give a quick answer, and then if you would like more from the applicant, they can provide that. During the minor design review public hearing, the plans submitted were 38 feet in height for the 3-story, but the project per zoning code, 35 feet is the maximum top of roof. So it's in substantial conformance with the approved plan set, and is now included, showing that 35-foot roof height.
Yeah, sorry. I realized the background noise. Maybe we can go to someone else until I can get a very small child consoled.
Yeah, understood. We'll get back to you. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Okay. Board Member Sharon, questions for the applicant, appellant, or staff?
Just a couple, thank you. For staff and for the city, I would just wondering if you could provide some explanation, justification, and address the concerns about requirements for the Zoom meetings that we're having and doing things virtually, just for everyone's edification and especially to address the concerns of the public.
Sure, I'll take that. This is Ashley Crocker, Assistant City Attorney. The Governor's Executive Order N2920, which you referenced, Chair Kincaid, in your opening remarks, suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act and the Bagley-Keene Act and other relevant state laws. The order specifically states, as is relevant here, that the city does not need to provide the public with a physical location from which to watch or participate in the public meetings, provided certain requirements are met. And the city fully complies with all requirements of the executive order.
Perfect, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, sure.
For everyone's benefit, just why we're moving forward with these meetings this way.
Yes, thank you for asking, yes.
Yeah, because we do take these concerns seriously, but these are extraordinary times, definitely. Question for the applicants, just to curious about some of the rationale and the justification for preferring to have the multifamily development in the southwestern corner of the lot, and sticking to that and not potentially moving someplace else. Just looking for some design rationale and some planning rationale. Thank you.
This is John Warden. Can you hear me?
You're all set? Yep.
Okay. I tried to go over some of this before. We've looked at several different site locations. The northern site was too narrow and too attenuated, given the fact that we had an entry road along that side as well. The central site still impacted 2 units or 2 other neighbors, in addition to the 2 neighbors that are affected by the southern site. And in addition to that, it's a slightly awkward configuration because of the jig jogs in the western property line. And most importantly, the intent was to sell the property to a nonprofit developer, and they would like to have direct access to Burbank Avenue and direct adjacency to Burbank Avenue without going through the development in order to get to the apartments. In addition to that, it's the first phase. The intent is that it is the first phase, and the entry road and the development of the entry road is easier if the development is located in the southwestern corner.
Excellent. Thank you for specifically calling that out and explaining your rationale a little bit more. That covers my questions at the time. Thank you.
Thank you, board member Sharon. Also, I think it would be helpful and if we can batch the questions to each applicant, staff, appellant, rather than jump around. So as we're listening to each other's questions, if you can kind of organize your further questions in that, those categories, that'd be great. Okay, board member Weigel.
Sure. I'll try to group as best I can, Scott. So this is a question for John Warden and the applicant team. Just something I was looking at when I was looking at the plan. So of the multifamily development in the southwestern corner, it did not appear that there was a reduction in unit count, but I just wanted to confirm if that's the case. So can you guys respond to that one for me?
There's no reduction in unit count. The way we got the stair stepping of the roofs was to reduce the amount of tuck under parking, and that allowed me to bring some of the units down to grade, and that allowed the 2-story elements to be created along the front.
Okay, so then I guess that ties into a second question I have. And it's probably on the drawings, but it's likely easier to just ask you guys. So given that this is a market rate development currently as it stands, it would have to comply with the market rate parking count, which, as I understand it, is higher than a affordable housing parking count. So if you eliminated some tuck under parking, where did you put it? Number one, and then number two, how are you meeting the market rate parking requirements, and how does that differ from the affordable housing requirements? I think that kind of potentially answers some comments from the public as well.
We were already in excess. We already had excess parking above and beyond the affordable requirement. The additional covered parking, I added carports along the southern property boundary. They're a shed roof type carport that has its low end towards the southern boundary to minimize its impact on the adjacent houses. That's the answer to the question. Essentially, some of the parking is tuck under on a one-to-one basis if you include the carports across the little private drive. And that includes some two-car tuck under components to satisfy the ADA requirement. Some of the parking is in driveway aprons adjacent to the tuck under parking, and then the remainder is located along the perimeter as surface parking.
Well, thank you very much for that. I think that's really helpful understanding that there's multiple levels of parking throughout that particular site, and you've addressed the market rate requirement, which is essentially over parking for an affordable housing requirement, which I think is important for the public to understand, is that with affordable housing, very often there are concessions that are allowed within that, and usually parking is one of those first things to go because they're trying to get as many units onto a parcel as possible. And that doesn't appear to be the case with this property, at least as I'm seeing, is that parking is up at that market rate requirement, which is stipulated in the zoning code. I don't know right off the top of my head right now, but for that kind of level, I think it's like 1.5 to 2 parking spaces per unit, depending on the unit typology. Warren probably knows it by heart, since he does a lot more housing than I do. So thank you for that. And then I wanted to ask another question of the applicant regarding, you've already kind of spoken a little bit to it, but I'm curious in terms of the public comment about the request to move the multifamily to kind of the middle of the property. You could just ballpark it for me to hear what sorts of costs are associated with having to bring all that infrastructure in for a phase one, and would something like that potentially prevent funding from building a project, or I mean, how would that all work?
There would be some additional cost to bring the road in further to have it be in the center of the site, but it really wasn't a cost thing that determined the location of the apartments. It's not a question of increased cost. It's a question of the adaptability of the configuration of the site and of the phasing and of the desire to have the parcel that would be sold to the nonprofit developer have an identity of its own along Burbank Avenue.
If I could jump in though real quick, this is Peter Sconger again, Waterstone. I think the cost element that you're discussing is how, if it went to the center, how would the affordable housing development front load that infrastructure? Because eventually the affordable housing project would get reimbursed if it was located in the center by, future development, but it would complicate the financing because it's just the affordable capital structure is different than a market rate structure. You can't take a credit. That's just not how it works. So it would complicate it, yes. But to John's point, it's not necessarily an economic issue because eventually the affordable housing project would get repaid. It was more driven by other elements.
And I think it's important to understand that there are financial considerations, obviously, with locations of buildings and site layouts, but also, as we kind of talked about earlier, the tentative map is already approved pretty much. And so it's kind of outside of our purview right now to move a building. Had we done this, before the tentative map was approved and we said, hey, we want you to move the building, I think it's a bit different story. And unfortunately, that's outside of our purview currently. As Warren stated, we're at the stage where we're reviewing what's going vertical. That's the important part. And so the tentative map is obviously the Planning Commission. So thank you for that. One other question I have for the applicant, I think this is what was really helpful for me in the applicant presentation is when you guys do this section showing the existing building, the car park, the parking, the trees, and then the apartment complex, and how that was all screened. I'm curious if it would be helpful to potentially generate one of those for the public if they want to see it, of how that intersection happens at Burbank Avenue. I think that's really to understand how those buildings relate to both the street, the sidewalk, the trees, and then obviously across the streets, any adjacent buildings. Did I miss that in the package, or did you guys think about generating one of those? You understand what I'm saying, John?
Yeah, I do understand what you're saying. And Mark did show a section through the street, but he didn't show the proximity of the buildings. And I think that would be a good suggestion to be able to show that.
Yeah, I think it would answer a lot of questions about how that building, there's a lot of comments about the 3 stories, and I'm wondering if it would answer how that 3 stories actually steps back in section and how it relates to it, and how there's kind of a reduction in the massing as you move into the site. So
yeah, we tried to do it with the model, with the model of the buildings, but I think a section would show it more clearly.
Yeah. Okay, where is this? Okay, so then I have 2 questions for staff. My first question was in terms of the California tiger salamander mapping. It's been my experience that the county does a kind of county-wide map, and I would assume that the city does a map as well. And how often is that updated in terms of those the mating patterns and the the movement of the tiger salamanders and all that?
So, Adam, Project Planner Ross here. I do know that on the city GIS, you can pull up layers for critical habitat and known breeding sites and known vernal pools, which are potential breeding sites. This project is within the critical habitat, and while there may not be any tiger salamander actually there, they would still have to work out any sort of mitigation requirements. So as far as how often it's updated, I don't have that answer.
That's fine. I thought I'd ask. I know the county does it on a fairly regular basis. They also have a GIS map that's generated that indicates the critical habitat, breeding grounds, etc. So I assume the city does well. I just wanted to confirm. And then the last question I have for staff is regarding the minutes at the zoning administrator. I know how we do minutes at our board meetings. Typically they're action minutes, and so they kind of describe kind of what actions happen. They're not in-depth minutes. Is the zoning administrator similar to that, different, and why? If staff could address that, would be great.
Hi, this is Ashley Crocker, Assistant City Attorney again. No, it is unlike your meetings. There is no requirement to prepare minutes for the zoning administrator meetings. And that comment was also kind of wrapped into the comment regarding access to documents. And I wanted to just let you know that we also did review the grounds for appeal and the record on appeal and determined that the city has substantially complied with all the requirements of the Brown Act, and there are no grounds for invalidation of the action under the Brown Act. So I just wanted to touch on that, as well as it all's tied together along with the meeting minutes. So we have, thoroughly looked into the grounds for appeal, and I wanted to address that with you.
And thank you very much. Yeah, as I was hearing the public comments and just understanding how our board works, I just wanted a little bit of clarification for how the zoning administrator works because it is a little bit different. So thank you very much for providing that. And then I guess my last question would be for the applicant. Thank you for your presentation. Or so not applicant, the appellant. And I appreciate your presentation, and you know, I think we all take the comments very seriously. But I guess in listening to your comments, I'm curious, were you guys able to look at the revised plans before you prepared your presentation, or were you basing your presentation on the original items that were reviewed back in February?
Hi, yes, this was based on the revised plan and the still presenting a 3-story building that's monstrous to our neighborhood, and refusing to listen to neighbors' voices to replace that project. So yes, this was in response to reviewing those plans as a neighborhood.
Perfect, thank you very much. Thanks for answering my question, I appreciate it. And with that, I am done.
Okay, thank you very much. We will move on to Board Member Wicks, and then we will jump back to Board Member Cordenbrock. So Board Member Wicks, questions for the trio?
One question for the applicant, specifically the landscape architect, Mark Bowers. Are you there, Mark?
Yes, I am.
Did you happen to look at the good neighbor fence in terms of adding another 2 feet that's allowed under the zoning code? So the fence height would be 8 feet instead of 6 feet along the perimeter?
No, we didn't, but I think that's an option. I think when we looked at the massing between the olive trees and then the oak trees that were planted along there, that 2 foot of fence really doesn't make a difference down the road. I think it would have some impact right out of the box. So that would be something that we could be considering.
Yeah, I was looking at your sketches and your view angles, and that 2 feet would dramatically increase those view angles from the vantage points you picked. So appreciated the sketches, and I might suggest you talk to the neighbors about adding that additional 2 feet out of the box. I think it'd be good for the overall project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. That's my comment or question so far.
Okay, we're going to circle back to Board Member Cordenbrock for questions.
Sorry, wrong iPad. I think, I guess this is a question for the appellant, or this is a question for the appellant. Can the project move ahead with an apartment use?
If you could clarify, what do you mean? An apartment in general, or an apartment?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. With the apartment as a
where it's at?
Apartment complex. Mm-hmm. But let's say, is there an objection to the apartment as a housing type?
No, we are willing to compromise as long as the size restrictions lowered to match the surrounding neighborhood of 2 stories, and take into consideration the placement of that apartment. But we have no objection to multifamily housing, no.
And the whole is in the notion of the affordability component seems like, and you can, I guess, elaborate, but it seems like that's a pretty, there's no objection to that element other than either if there are concessions or such that are given now, assuming it's going to be affordable housing, you would like to see those continue through regardless of what, I guess, happens to that portion of the property. You'd like to still see some affordability in terms of units and housing type.
Absolutely, we are open to affordable housing. Like I said, we have a very diverse neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Very socially and economically diverse people. Our main concern here is that it's been presented as a reason to push this project forward when the funding hasn't been secured and it hasn't been purchased. And it worries me that it's a Schellinger partner that's going to be the purchaser of that property, so that there's lack of transparency there on the real motivations.
Understood. I definitely understand. Let's see. I guess those are. Well, I can go back to the applicant for a question for the architect, if I'm allowed. I know I'm jumping, but I was wondering if it's possible to see the studies, and maybe this is something we get into later in a condition or however we move this thing forward, to see what those studies look like and for the different positioning of the apartment use or the higher density use. And I know you can't give that to us now, but that's something I think that would benefit all parties to see those iterations and kind of the rigor that's gone into why this is located in the current spot, among some of the other things that the applicant and the team have already stated and discussed prior to this.
I think Board Member Kortenbrock, if that's a desire, if we end up with a spot where we continue this item or whatnot and ask for further information, that's something that could be asked for at that time.
Got it. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any last questions for the applicant, appellant, or staff? Go ahead, Drew.
So Brett's question reminded me of something that I think had been spinning in my brain. So if memory serves, I remember something happening in the February meeting. We had a question for John, I think, about the location of the single family residences on the eastern side of the property. And if I'm remembering correctly, because I was just looking at a Google map, I think, John, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think a lot of the motivation for putting the single family on the eastern side because it abuts a large planned development that's immediately to the east of it. Is that correct? Am I remembering that correctly, or am I mixing stuff up?
Yes, you're remembering it correctly. There's an existing subdivision to the east, and we tried to have like to like along the eastern boundary. We also have a minimum of 20-foot setback, rear setback along that area. Even though we're dealing with a small lot subdivision, we maintained the 20-foot rear yard setback all the way along the eastern property boundary and the southern property boundary where the single family houses abut the existing neighbors.
Well, thanks. Yeah, I thought I remembered it correctly. So I think that speaks a little bit to some of what I think Brett was trying to get at, the rigor and why he thought about different things and why you eventually landed on certain locations for certain things, such as the duets, the multifamily, the single family, et cetera. Because I think, as we all know, architecture and design and master planning is a very lengthy process. Sometimes we have to come up with 10 design options and then throw 9 of them away and then create 10 more until we finally land on something.
Any other questions? Okay, that concludes our question and answer period. Since not everybody's familiar with our design review process, this is where we consider a motion and a second before we have collective discussion and friendly amendments. So our board starts out with a motion and a second to get us rolling on a dialogue, and then we start that dialogue and come up with any amendments to the motion. Again, 3 things in front of us. Unless I'm missing a fourth, we can uphold the appeal and deny the minor design review. we can continue the item and ask the applicant to come back either to our board or the zoning administrator and provide direction on what we'd like to see in that presentation that would allow us to move forward in some fashion. The staff recommendation before us in the resolution in our package is to deny the appeal and approve the project, adopting the draft resolution that is in our package. So I would open it up to a board, any board members willing to make a motion.
Chairman Kincaid, I'd like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion denying the appeal with the caveat about commentary about the project. I've voiced in the past that the tentative map is there, it's been approved. And my duty as a board member is to not meddle with tentative maps. So I'm going to stick to that and mention in general that the project's architectural efforts have been superior. There's been a lot of flexibility. I was not in the proceedings with the rest of this board, but I was honored to see all of the commentation, all of the basic tweaking and modifications that they were significant to the project. So again, looking through the CEQA levels, looking through what the staff had and what's been before us, that's my straight up recommendation. Thank you.
And before we consider, okay, go ahead.
I'll second it.
Thank you. And just for point of clarification, I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution just to make sure we're motioning and seconding the correct resolution. So the motion was for adoption of the resolution of the Design Review Board of the City of Santa Rosa denying the appeal and approving a design review application for attached housing in a proposed small lot subdivision consisting of 62 single-family detached units, 12 single-family attached duets, and a 64-unit multifamily apartment complex located at 1400 Burbank Avenue, Santa Rosa, APNs 125-331-003, 125-361-003, 125-361-006, 125-361-007, file number PRJ19-031, also referencing DR, file DR 19-054, and presumably waive the reading of the text. So if you could clarify that, motioner Hedgepeth and second Waggle.
That sounds correct to me. I'm endorsing that.
And I second it.
Excellent. So we've got a motion and a second for adopting the resolution as presented and recommended by staff. And so I'll bring it back to the board for comments. And again, these will be friendly amendments. Anything that we would like a shall or consider to be attached to the resolution for the applicant team to move forward. So being that we have Hedgepeth as the motioner, we'll go ahead and go to Cordenbrock first. So Cordenbrock, do you have any friendly amendments or comments in general about the project that you'd like to address?
Yeah, I think I voiced this at our last, I guess, meeting, or the first time we saw this, just about, and I know they considered, the 2-story and they've incorporated it, but I still, I'm still just, yeah, I kind of, I completely understand having, been out there and kind of the character that we're dealing with in that area as well. And I would strongly, recommend a 2-story approach. for those, for those apartment, for that apartment mix, or redesigning in such a way that is a step on that south side, not necessarily Burbank Avenue, but or both. Between that and then some of the concerns about the kind of the heritage and the nature of that corridor, and I get that development is happening and such, and there is a plan for Burbank Avenue in terms of a widened street and bicycle facilities and generous sidewalks and such, which would probably impact that character already with those improvements. So I think those are I guess my comments. That's my biggest concern, my biggest comment. I think the team has done a good job of providing an additional buffer, and the species at which they're talking about and the sizing is above and beyond, let's see, and the addition of some of the the street tree types and things like that, kind of recall a bit of what was on site or will be on site, and I wish there was maybe a little bit more effort to save some of the more the heritage trees and maybe provide some respites instead of developing every lot, as one of the public members had said about open space and some pockets here and there for relief. I think those were also we kind of touched on those at our last meeting as well. So when we saw this, so those are my biggest concerns, and I would those are my biggest concerns right now and comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Sharon, comments, friendly amendments?
There we go. How about unmute first? Yes, thank you everyone for a very thorough presentation from staff and from the applicant and from the appellant. I appreciate all of these, all of the effort that's going into it and all of the thought, and I can definitely hear that there's a lot of care that's going into this community that's there. Sometimes there's not always agreement or talking past each other a bit, and I hope that we the project can move forward in the spirit of good neighborship, and also to make it as integral to the neighborhood fabric as possible. That is a large development for an already busy corridor. I do think that it's an improvement upon what we saw in the fall. I do appreciate the, let's start with the landscape first, of course. That's my bailiwick. And I appreciate that the inclusion of the diversity. Thank you for hearing the comments about diversity of street trees and species. I echo Brett's ideas and comments about really trying to value the beautiful oaks and biodiversity that's down there. I would like to see some of the diversity that you do have and that you did bring into the multifamily units to the rest of the site as well. The street tree LAs that you've got will be beautiful, but they are monocultures moving down each of the main lanes. I would like to see some more of the diversity that's in there. I would like to see, I like that you're on one hand, I like that you're including the Valley Oaks as accent trees, but they're one of the main statements of that area too. And so if there's a way to include more of them, I know they're difficult because they are very large, but if there's a way to bring more of the diverse native species, tree species, specifically to those alleys of trees, that would be appreciated. I do appreciate the diversity that you brought to the design of the landscaping around the multifamily units. I think, let's see, I'll start at the duets. It's going to be very interesting to see how that design with the plaza in between the units works. That caught my eye in the first round, and it's going to be interesting to see how that works. I think it's a pretty innovative idea, and so kudos to that. And the site design around there is fine. Moving to the 3-story units, I also enjoy that you've created, not more, generic isn't the way to describe it, but to create more of an open palette for activity to happen in the courtyard area. I appreciate that you've brought that in there rather than program it all out. It is, it's one of the design constraints is that it's kind of cramped in there. And so figuring out a way to increase the openness of specifically that central courtyard area is a challenge. I think you've got some interesting pinch points there, especially specifically at the northern portion of it, with the 4 trees and the 1 valley oak at the end. A way to kind of open that up somewhat. Maybe it's breaking up those planting beds on either side of there. Having a seating wall right in the middle could work, but it also really defines the space very much. The lawn that you've got there is nice to have as a gathering area. It's pretty small. You know, it looks to be about 15 by 20, I think, or was it 15 by 10? It's pretty, you know, it's a small site. So working with what you got. Definitely it's an improvement of what you had before. So thank you for the redesign and the rethinking. As far as the structures and the 3-story versus 2-story, I do think that the buildings that you've got are very much an improvement over what were originally brought to us. I actually really like the tiered design and the step back. One of my main concerns with the first round was the 3 stories and then having it be a big monolithic wall all around all 4 sides almost, and specifically with that checkerboard pattern. I'm glad that has been softened. I think that the tiering and the step back really it will have the project. It's still going to be large, but it's going to fade into the background, especially once those trees start to grow up more. You've got the coast live oaks along the street side there. You know, they take a while to get tall and big, as do all oak trees. The valley oaks grow a little bit faster and they can get more stature as well. So I would encourage some other trees in there. I know you've got one down in the southern portion and one in the northern corner there, potentially something in the middle there, to really provide more of that screening. I think that's one of the sort of a visually is going to be a make or break, is how you can have these large buildings recede into the site. And I think that the stepping is a good method to do that. But I think that softening it more with some larger trees could really help. I think the softening of the colors is also going to help. And again, breaking up those walls. And so I think that will cover my comments as of now. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board member Wagle.
Yeah, I want to thank the applicant for putting together a really good package. I want to thank the appellant, I keep messing that up, for their presentation. It was very thorough, and thank you very much. I know it's really challenging to be passionate about a project and that you think doesn't fit in your neighborhood and things like that. And, so it's a tough challenge, and I appreciate you guys coming out and speaking your voice, and I think that's what this process is all about. So with that being said, I would actually like to create a condition for the project that is a shall, but I want to say something previously. So I looked at the aerial of the site again, kind of while we were talking and thinking about this condition, because I've been thinking about it. And realistically, this particular site does not have a lot of current tree cover. It's mostly grass when you look at the aerial there. Now there are pockets of some trees located along Burbank Avenue, and there's a couple of trees on the northeast corner. That being said, I would like to condition the project that the applicant team shall review keeping existing trees and other resources in compliance with Santa Rosa Design Guidelines 3.22A1. I'm not sure how we can implement that, but I'd like to make it a shall, just given the consideration from the public on that item. So I think that would be helpful, I think, for the public. The second condition that I'd like to do would be a consider. So let me kind of give you my reasoning before that. So I think the team has come back with a superior design from what they previously submitted. This new design of both the duets and the multifamily is light years ahead of where it was back in February. However, considering the public's comments, I think we should place a consider on this project that the applicant look into either reducing or redesigning the buildings to be two-story, to be more in compatibility with the building scale of the street and the adjacent spaces. And that gives the applicant the flexibility to potentially change their unit count, change the height, change where 3 stories might be occurring or not occurring. But I think we need to give them the direction that they need to look at that again for the public. Obviously, it's really hard for us to condition a project in terms of relocating those elements because of this tentative map component. And I think I hear what you're saying, public, about that, but we as the design review board can't take a big chunk, pick it up, and move it like a Lego block at this stage. And so this at least gives the applicant direction that the board is thinking about those things and listening to the public, that they need to really look at those items again. And that's how we would condition it. And then it would go back, obviously, to the zoning administrator, I think, for final approval based on the conditions. And then those would have to be then implemented in whatever construction documents are happening. I think that answers your question, Brett, on some of those setbacks and things for the alleyway. That's all considered in the when construction documents are generated. They're compared against what's approved at design review board. I love the colors. I think it's active. I think it's playful. I love the step backs. I think that really brings down the scale of the space. And I really think that one section through Burbank and the multifamily really help explain that in a better way. I love what you've done with the backside in terms of the parking and how to shelter that and buffer that from the adjacent single family to the south. That's a really smart way to utilize kind of the confines that you're in. So again, great presentation. And I hope we're trying to solve some of these issues the public has through these considerations and the things that we're putting on top of the project. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Board Member Wagle. Board Member Wicks. comments and any friendly amendments?
A few comments. I think one of the things to consider, and we consider as architects, is stories versus heights. And I think if maybe the appellant could look at it in the light of some context of how we design, and we could have, if I was designing the project, I'm not trying to take anything away from the applicant and how they designed it, but plate heights, for example, if the plate heights ended up being 11 feet floor to floor, and we had a architectural roof element on the top of it, I quickly doing some math, you could get up to 33 feet in height on a 2-story building. It's 2 11-foot high plate heights and a roof structure with an architectural design to it, which would be another 11 feet on top of those 2 11 feet. So that's 33 feet, and this project's at 34.5. So I think sometimes we get too hung up on stories versus actual overall building height. And I think the applicant has done a very good job from taking it from what we saw in November to where the project is now. I appreciate taking off the checkerboard at the gable end of the project and further reducing that from a 3-story, 35-foot height down to a 2-story, probably 25-foot height on those 2 elevations. I'm looking at the slide 30 is what I'm referring to, if anybody's got the presentation open. I also really appreciate on the 3-story elements behind it at the 34-foot height, the gable ends were converted to hips. And I think that's a further softening of the overall height and reduces the mass of the project. I think when we saw it, in fact, I know when we saw it, I raised the same question about tentative map and moving things around. Our hands were tied then, they're tied now. And I actually see some of the logic and why things were laid out the way they are. So I'm supportive of Vice Chair Hedgepeth's original motion with that caveat that we're working within some confines here. I like the project. I think we need the housing. I think for us to speak on one hand about wanting housing in certain areas of the city limits and restricting them in others doesn't make sense to me. I'm fully supportive of this project moving forward as currently designed. And I think the only friendly amendment, I said I didn't have a friendly amendment. The friendly amendment would be to consider adding the 2-foot extension on the good neighbor fence if the appellant and the neighbors are in agreement over it. And that's a dialogue that any homeowners has had to have with their neighbor at one point or another. If you've lived at your house long enough, that when the fence falls down, you gotta go talk about who's gonna help pay for it and what it should look like. So that's those are my comments and would be supportive of denying the appellant's appeal.
Thank you, Board Member Wicks. Can I ask for a point of clarification from staff regarding the motion second and where our friendly amendments end up next? Do they end up with staff making sure that the considers and the shalls get taken into consideration by the applicant, or are we going back to some other level of approval thereafter?
Make sure I understand the question correctly. I'll try to rephrase what I think I understood. The items mentioned tonight would have to be made as friendly amendments. The original motion maker and the second would have to accept. what the board typically does, and the board is well aware, often design review board has conditions that are suggestions. They are the considers, and then they are the shalls. But usually there's a dialogue with the applicant to ensure they fully understand the conditions and that they can indeed accept them. And they're often given the opportunity to express whether they can accommodate those or not. So the board can have a discussion now about those. Any individual can make a friendly amendment, and then it goes back to that original motion maker in the second. So I can leave it to the board at this point to see if any of the other discussion that each individual member has heard from the others would impact any potential friendly amendments that an individual may make.
Thank you, Bill. I'd like to go back to Board Member Wiggle for a second, and if you could give us clarification on your shall specific to the design guidelines. I believe it was 3.2.2A1. And maybe if you've got it in front of you, it'd be helpful to read it.
I do.
Good. So if you could read it to us, that way everybody's understanding what you're recommending as a shall, which is, I believe, the only shall I heard. And so it'd be the strongest position.
Yeah, and so one thing I forgot to put into my comments previously is that I think the proposed planting plan increases the canopy on this particular site, X number of percentage from what's currently there. And I think that's important to note. But I do think the appellant had a point that the applicant needs to make every effort possible to save as much as they can possibly within the confines of their development plan. So what the design guideline says is as follows. It's listed under multifamily residential, 3.2, multifamily residential, section 2, site development guidelines, subsection A, existing conditions, site constraints. Item number 1, incorporate existing natural features such as trees, topography, creeks, and riparian vegetation into the site plan. These and similar natural elements should be considered when developing a site plan. Every effort should be made to preserve dominant elements, such as mature trees, for example. When trees must be removed, mitigation may be required. See the appendix for Chapter 1724 of the City Code, which governs tree removal and replacement issues. So I think my shall is really more about saving mature trees as an example, and other site features that are dominant for the topography. I think it's a relatively flat site, if memory serves, driving by it. So I don't think there's a lot of topography associated. Really, it's mostly related to trees and then kind of I think there's a item in here from the civil engineer about the mitigation measures, but I think it would be prudent for the applicant to try to save as many of those larger redwoods and heritage trees as they can. So that's my shall. Does that make sense?
Yeah, although I think, and hear me out on this, is that I think it's going to be difficult on a shall adhere to that because there's ambiguities in that language as I heard it read. And so maybe we, consider making every effort to adhere to, you see what I'm getting at? I don't want to cause the, then what, is this really what they meant? Those type of conversations.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the way that the design guideline is written is to give flexibility to the applicants. And obviously, I think something that's important to point out to the public, I think that sometimes gets lost is when an applicant decides to tear down a tree, if it's a heritage tree or something like that, they're required to mitigate that by replanting it basically, or some other methodology that's agreed upon with the city. So it's not like you can just go around hacking down trees and not doing anything in response to that.
Chair Kincaid, this is Bill Rose. Maybe we do have a number of conditions of approval, and maybe Mr. Ross can summarize some of the conditions that might offer some guidance in terms of what will be required of the project.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. Members of the board. Condition of approval number 10 on the DAC report found as an attachment to the project requires that prior to issuance of grading permits, the applicant shall prepare the following. A is a valley oak mitigation and monitoring plan, which will demonstrate that mature valley oaks are being preserved to the extent feasible and that measures are included in construction and design of the project to ensure long-term preservation of oaks. And the city must approve the removal of any protected trees. That also includes redwoods. And there's a little bit more in there. And then also, as well as the mitigation required for those trees that they cannot protect in place. It goes on to say that. And it also goes into a revegetation plan for any valley oaks that must be removed. All of that is required prior to any grading permit, and that's ground disturbing activities, basically.
We don't need to condition it then, do we? Is what it sounds like to me. It's already there. So there you go.
I don't think it hurts at all to make it part of the record as that you're happy to see it and that it's, enhanced by the applicant wherever possible. So let me kind of go down a few of the items that I heard, and then if there's any further comments that board members want to make before we kind of decide how we put forth any friendly amendments, that'd be fine. So I heard multiple times to consider the two-story approach for the multifamily development. And then again, we've heard multiple times to consider as much heritage protection as possible throughout the project. And I think that goes with everything, trees and there's been talk about open spaces and potentially not developing certain lots if possible. And, that's just consider, right? Consider more tree diversity on site, especially where they become monotonous rows. Consider increasing the openness of the courtyard at the multi-story. Consider larger trees at opportune areas to further enhance screening. Trees that'll get bigger faster, I think, is part of what the idea was. And consider adding a 2-foot extension on the Good Neighbor fence on the south side of the multifamily with the adjoining neighbor's consent. Any other items that I missed or other items that the board members want anybody to consider for a friendly amendment? Board member Sharon?
Just a clarification on the screening of the trees. I was thinking about it a little bit more, and mainly just to would like to edit it to say consider an additional single Valley Oak in front of the main entrance to on Burbank Ave. So between the two that are proposed. Okay, and one other clarification was so the rows of trees, just to change the terminology to monoculture rather than monotonous. I guess they could be monotonous, but just to not make a value judgment on it. So,
thank you. Monoculture.
Thank you.
So. Planner Ross, would you like to read those back? Then we can ask the applicant if those are too painful to move forward with, which I don't see them as to be. And then we can get one of our board members to offer up the friendly amendment and see if the motioner and the second will accept.
Chair Kincaid, I apologize. I didn't quite catch all of those. I got distracted writing them down. Again, I apologize. If you could go through them one more time briefly to refresh my memory.
Sure. Consider a 2-story approach for the multifamily apartments. Consider as much heritage protection as possible throughout the site. Consider adding a Valley Oak in the middle of where the two Valley Oaks exist on the Burbank Avenue entry. Consider increasing the openness of the courtyard area at the multi-story, and consider more diversification of the treescapes where they become monocultured. And consider adding a 2-foot extension on the good neighbor fence at the south property line with the adjoining neighbor's consent. So I'll go ahead and maybe move to the applicant team and ask them if those considers, which are exactly that, consider, would be problematic in moving the development forward.
Chair Kincaid, did you want me to repeat those for you?
No, I don't think it's necessary. This is John. I don't think we have any problem with any of the considers except the potential 2-story element. And in that one, there's a 50 to 60 foot minimum density, or 50 to 60 unit minimum density necessary to achieve funding, the minimum to achieve funding for affordable housing. And so in order to go to 2 stories, it would stretch the development out further along the southern property line, assuming we stick with the location of the apartments currently. So it would extend the development, the apartment development further to the east along that southern property line and eliminate some of the single family houses that are in that location. So with that caveat, we don't have a problem with the other considers.
If I could just step in as well, Peter Skellinger, Waterstone. Just a clarification, what John was saying is accurate. It would make us less competitive for the funding. The current funding rounds are encouraging the production of more housing, especially as it relates to the disaster relief funding elements that are out there from the state, which is what we'll be targeting. So they're encouraging more units, and we're targeting a minimum of 50 to 60 units in order to be competitive. So other affordable housing projects have been approved in the past or received funding at a smaller level. But in this instance, we know that we wouldn't be as competitive if we had a different strategy. So that just doesn't work for our proposal.
Understood. And just to be clear, when we say consider, it is just that, consider. And so you've considered part of it, but if there should be a desire down the line to reduce the heights and stories and make for a more squatty development, it would be open to you without coming back to us. So you can stick with the current plan, or you can lower it to 2 stories and not have to come back to this board.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Sure. Appreciate that.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like any of the other friendly amendments would be problematic, and with that clarification, I think we can continue on with the consider.
And Chair Kincaid, this is Bill. Just one quick clarification. I think I heard a comment, might have been from Board Member Weigel, that this would go back to the ZA for a final review, akin to something like final design review. This is actually a minor design review, so it'll go to staff. So staff will be tasked with implementing these conditions that the board's putting forward.
Okay.
And staff's comfortable with these and understands these conditions.
Great, thank you for the further clarification. So we need one of the 3 board members, either Cordenbrock, Wicks, or Sharon, to put forth the friendly amendment as read previously, and we would need Vice Chair Hedgepeth and Board Member Weigel to opine on if they are acceptable within the motion on the table. Board Member Cordenbrock?
Sure, I'd like to make a motion to accept the friendly amendments as you previously stated them.
Great, thank you.
And incorporate them.
Yeah. And Vice Chair Hedgepeth, as the motioner, do you accept the friendly amendments as stated?
I do.
Thank you. And Board Member Wagle, as the seconder, do you accept the friendly amendments?
I do.
Okay, so we've got a motion, a second, and the addition of friendly amendments. So Patty, if we can move on to a roll call, that would be great.
Okay. Board Member Cordenbrock.
Yay.
Board Member Sharon.
Yay.
Board Member Weigel.
Yay.
Board Member Wicks.
Yay.
Vice Chair Hedgepeth.
Yay.
And Chair Kincaid.
Aye. Okay, with that, the motion carried. So I want to again thank the applicant, thank the appellant, thank the members of the public, and thank all of staff for supporting the effort in getting us our questions answered and getting us to a point where the project moves forward one way or another. And in this case, it met with staff's approval and board approval. So thank you very much. Before we move on to item 6.2, I think we are due for a break. So why don't we, it is now 8:38, why don't we reconvene at 8:50? Gives us plus or minus 12 minutes, and we'll take a recess. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Kincaid, we are ready when you are.
Okay, welcome back. We will reconvene the meeting after our short break. And we will move on to item 6.2. Item 6.2 is the Fountain Grove Inn Apartments design review concept located at 3586 Mendocino Avenue, file number DR20-013. And I believe we have Planner Triple to give us a presentation.
It's going to be 1 second. We don't quite have a quorum. That's turn the camera back on.
Sorry about that. Thanks.
All right, there are 4 of you now. If you'd like to proceed, I've asked the other to turn their cameras on as soon as they're available. As we can see, Board Member Wicks is not available yet. So we'll proceed whenever you would like us.
I think we'll give our board members a moment or two longer so that they can catch the full presentation. Okay, it looks like we're just missing board member Wicks. So why don't we go ahead and get started with the staff presentation for this concept design review item.
Okay, good evening. Thank you, Chair Kincaid. This is Andrew Triple, Senior Planner at the City of Santa Rosa. I'll be presenting a brief staff overview of the proposed Fountain Grove Inn Apartments for concept design review this evening. We thank you for your time this evening and the amount of energy you put into this evening's meeting. I'll be brief. The applicant does have a presentation for the future proposed project. So the Fountain Grove Inn Apartments consist of 224 market rate units. This would achieve approximately 8.7% of the RENA goal for market rate housing. The project location is at 3586 Mendocino Avenue. It's the site of the former Fountain Grove Inn and Equus Restaurant, as well as the Fountain Grove Round Barn. In 2017, during the Tubbs fire, all structures on the site were destroyed, and the site has since been cleaned up as part of the overall cleanup of the fire damaged areas subsequent to the 2017 fires. We can see here that the site is located at the intersection of Mendocino Avenue, Mendocino Overchange, and Fountain Grove Parkway, and is additionally bordered by Round Barn Boulevard. I would like to note that I did receive a public comment in response to the notice of concept design review. A person emailed in and was concerned about the level of traffic at that intersection, being the Mendocino Avenue, Fountain Grove Parkway, Mendocino Overchange intersection. I responded to the comment and noted that there will be a traffic impact study required for this project, and that it would evaluate the impacts of the project on that intersection.
Andrew, this is Bill. Bill, sorry to interrupt. I'm just wondering, it looks like maybe your PowerPoint is a couple slides behind, I think, where you might be.
Yeah, can we go forward to slide number 5, Mike?
Yeah, sorry, if I don't hear your next slide.
No, I understand. I'm sorry.
Thank you. No worries. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we can see here that the general plan land use of the project site is retail and business services. The general plan policy LUL-E-6 does allow residential development in retail and business services land uses. Surrounding the site are also retail and business services land uses. If you look down to the south of the site across Mendocino Avenue, you'll see the area that is currently designated mobile home park. That is the former Journey's End site. We do have a project proposed for that site. That project proposal includes a general plan amendment to Transit Village medium, and as well as a rezoning. So it is proposed that the mobile home park land use and zoning would transition. Next slide, please. And so here we can see the current zoning. It has 2 zoning districts. The first is the Fountain Grove PD, and then the second smaller zoning district is PD 0296, which is the a PD zoning that is specific to hotel and restaurant development. You'll also note that both PD 72-001 and PD 0296 are additionally zoned Resilient Cities Combining District. Next slide, please. So essential project characteristics and key site development standards. This is in a general commercial zoning district, which is the most similar zoning district to the retail and business services land use. In one moment, I'll explain why we will be applying standards for the general commercial zoning district. Lot size determined by conditional use permit. We do have an existing lot of approximately 9.62 acres. The allowable residential density is 30 units per acre, and the project proposes a density of 23 units per acre. The setbacks, as you can see, no front setback required, side setbacks of 5 feet and rear setback of 10 feet. As you'll see in the applicant's presentation, the project setbacks do exceed in all of those required setbacks. The allowable lot coverage is 100%. Project proposes approximately 80%. The height limit would not exceed the maximum 55-foot height limit. And the zoning code would require 423 spaces, a combination of covered spaces as well as uncovered spaces on site. The project does propose 424 spaces. That would be a combination of structured parking as well as carports and uncovered parking spaces. Next slide, please. So here we'll get to land use analysis and entitlements. Pursuant to AB 3194, which amended the Housing Accountability Act, it eliminates the required rezoning for proposed housing projects consistent with objective general plan standards and criteria. If a project is not rezoned pursuant to that, then it does require it to comply with the objective standards and criteria of the applicable implementing zoning district. It was determined that the PDs are inconsistent with the general plan because general plan policy would allow residential development in the retail and business services land use designation. However, the PDs do not allow residential development. And so for that reason, they would be evaluated as inconsistent with the general plan. Under the AB 3194, rather than rezone out of the PDs, we can apply the general commercial zoning district, which is an implementing zoning district of that general plan, retail and business services land use. That's why I use the general development standards for the general commercial zoning district in the previous slide. Multifamily housing use within the general commercial zoning district does require a minor conditional use permit. However, this project is located within the Mendocino Avenue Priority Development Corridor, and the reduced, pursuant to the resilient city measures, a minor use permit for multifamily housing and general commercial is reduced to a permitted use. Additionally, under the Resilient City Combining District, the hillside development review and design review are required, and this is director level review. Next slide, please. So I'm available for any questions you might have. I will be the project planner for this project. The applicant does have a presentation that will go into details about the site plan and the architectural details of the buildings themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Planner Triple. I think at this time, maybe we'll hear the applicant presentation and just save questions to the applicant and staff all at once. So when the applicant is ready to make the presentation, we will be happy to hear it.
If we can have the applicant raise their hand. We have Justin Heyman online with us now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Heyman.
Great. Thank you, everyone. In the spirit of time, I will try and be brief. Again, my name is Justin Heyman. I'm representing the applicant tonight. I was actually the general manager at the hotel prior to the fires and had been within since 2005. The current owner, Angelo Farrow, had bought the hotel back in 2003. While you're going to hear most of the details about our project from our architect in a moment, I'd like to offer our perspective and address what I think might be the elephant in the room. That is, why are we building apartments and not the hotel and not rebuilding the hotel and restaurant? To address that, we did spend the first year or so after the fires trying to get the hotel off the ground. We talked to a few hotel brands, but just ultimately couldn't find the right fit. Apart from that, there were a few major drivers that led us down the path to apartments. First off, we had looked at the new hotel builds in Santa Rosa and the surrounding cities, and had determined that there was really already enough supply to satisfy the demand in the marketplace. And next, we considered the housing crisis, and that was putting a lot of pressure on us in terms of personnel and made staffing a nightmare. So in summary, we had a really good run as a hotel for 30 plus years, but we feel that the highest and best use is multifamily at this time. And we know that we need an amazing design to replace the buildings that we very unique, which is precisely why we selected the architect you'll hear from next. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Justin. This is Lori Moffett-Felberg. I'm a senior principal with Dahlin Group Architecture Planning. Thank you for having us this evening. I appreciate the time that you'll spend with us tonight and look forward to the conversation. We're excited about this project. It's an interesting site. You can see here on the screen where it has a built context. One of the things that, as Justin mentioned, with the housing crisis in California, this is an ideal site for multifamily housing, particularly because of the large employers right in this area. It will significantly increase the opportunity for folks at the college, folks at Kaiser, the other businesses in this part of town to find a great place to live. So we really took advantage of its location, its context, how it fits into the hillside. Next slide, please. This was not in your packet, but we wanted to present it tonight because we thought it was really interesting. And as we go to the next one, we won't quite yet, but this is the old footprint that burned. It pretty much wiped out everything on the site with the exception of a few of the oak trees on the right and up on the left, but all of the buildings burned. And so the areas that we look to for redeveloping the site were really the areas that were already developed, the flat area on the upper left, the two buildings and their subsequent parking areas, and then the relatively gentle sloping area with its own curb cut off of Round Barn Boulevard. So those are the areas we really honed in on. The steeper slope to the north of the site, north side of the site, you'll see in the site plan, we're leaving as is. We're gonna add in a few pedestrian pathways for connectivity of the amenities across the site, but there isn't any building up on this upper steeper part. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. There we go. So this is basically the same scale as that aerial you just saw. So in the center, the two larger buildings are really taking up the footprint of the parking and the structures that burned. The area in the upper left is really that flat area that was all graded out. And then the area to the right takes advantage of that existing curb cut and the gently sloping area. The two clusters of trees, one on the right and the ones on the left, you can see are really the only remaining things on the site. Even the street trees along the frontage of Mendocino Avenue and Fountain Grove Parkway are really pretty toasted at this point. They might be alive, but they're really struggling. The one difference we did do is we actually pushed the front of B1 back away from the intersection. The previous restaurant came out about to where you see the edge of the surface guest parking there. We pushed the building back a little bit to pull it off of that street frontage. But they're generally low. These two, B1 and B2, are generally located where the old foundations and the old parking is. We really liked laying it out this way and taking advantage of what was on the site already, because it works with the natural topography and the context that was there. So the vernacular we were looking at was similar to a Santa Barbara hillside architectural style that seemed to work really well with the hill. We could do some really nice articulation of the buildings. We can do some stepping in the buildings, and all of that works really nicely with that architectural style. Next slide, please. So what you're seeing here is how we work on projects like this. We go into analyzing the site, really looking for that contextual arrangement of spaces, access points, how things lay out. And then we go three-dimensionally really quickly in our design process. And so what you're seeing here with the front buildings is general concept of massing. What I want to point out in this is the stepping of the buildings that we're doing to really soften those edges. And this is where that hillside kind of Santa Barbara style really helps us out. We can create some really nice articulation to the arms of the building and the corners of the building as they address the public. So you can see how we're coming down to greet the streets, really highlighting the intersections of the building. We're using the main entrance point that was existing, kind of right where those pink trees are. That's the existing curb cut and entrance into the former hotel site. So we felt like that was an appropriate thing to do, is just go back and use again, the context that we had before. Next slide, please. This is another view, just angling around to the right a little bit so you can see the massing of the buildings. For this presentation, we took the area in the right-hand side, that cluster of 3 buildings, and we studied those and designed those in much more detail. That architectural detailing is representative of what we're going to carry through with the other 3 buildings. But we wanted to start there and provide more detail for this evening so you could really see the level of detail, the articulation, the care and the massing, and the how the units really interplay with the site and with each other that we're going to be carrying to the other buildings. The other thing you can see is how these really create these individualized little areas of lifestyle. But again, with the trail system, it's all going to be interconnected into one community. But we liked doing different types of buildings, different parking arrangements, because that gives people choice. And everybody doesn't want to live in the same scenario, but this provides a variety of different opportunities so that people coming here looking for housing will have great choice. Next slide, please. So we included these are conceptual sections cut through the buildings in the various locations. And we included them to illustrate how we're really trying to work with those native grades. Well, they're not native, they've had buildings on them before. But really working within that envelope that's appropriate to the site. So you can see on the lower 2 sections how they really step with the grade, and you'll see a little bit more detail because both of those are part of that right-hand side that we did more detail on. And the upper one on the left, you can see that stair stepping down as we drop units off of those arms that come towards the intersection. We did that very specifically on the largest building so that the mass was pushed towards the hillside. There's 2 stories of parking in that building, where the lower level of parking that is at the main entrance lobby leasing office level really digs into the hillside, and with just a partial level up behind that. This takes advantage of the grading that was already left over from the hotel site prior to the fire. So again, analyzing what we had to work with and trying to use it to our best advantage. Next slide, please. So this is really to highlight the different types of amenity spaces that we're providing. The blue asterisk represents spaces that are at grade. And so there's variety between those 4 areas. Each set of buildings has different types of amenity spaces. The 2 on the right-hand side, we also have civil and landscape here on the call tonight. So they have a couple of slides at the end to show you how we're taking advantage of those at-grade spaces. And then the red ones represent podium level or roof deck level amenity spaces. And we like these individual courtyards because each one can have its own personality, its own flavor. So for example, in the larger building, the one on the far left has a pool deck and it has community rooms that will open up onto it. It'll be pretty active because of that. It's going to be, you know, great gathering, opportunities for private parties, group events, and then just be able to have people enjoy that southern sun around the pool. The other 2 courtyards can be a little quieter. One of the things that we're looking at now is, can we even provide places that you can take your laptop and sit outside and work? Given the current weirdness that we're all part of, we're starting to look at what can we provide in these new projects that really speak to the lifestyle going forward. So each of these spaces, again, much like the buildings themselves, will have their own little individual personality and uses associated with it. And overall, it creates this community of choice and options and opportunity that really embraces our hillside setting. Next slide, please. So these were some of the inspiration that we used as we were looking at going 3-dimensional in our modeling. And again, you can see how this type of architecture really allows us to step and staircase the buildings, gives us some great color changes. We can get some really nice windows and different articulation on the facades of the building. So this just made a lot of sense to us from a vernacular choice for this hillside site that creates this little bit of village feeling. Next slide, please. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take you over to that right-hand cluster of 3 buildings and walk you through those structures. And I'm going to go pretty quickly. I'm obviously here to answer questions, but you guys have been here a long time already, so I want to be respectful of everybody's time. So next slide, please. So this is where you can see the cluster. The key plan shows you the location on the site. It's the 3 buildings that really relate around a central parking court. They will also have these individual garages that are assigned to the units. And so, again, there's variety of parking across the site. So if somebody really cares about having a private garage, we have something to offer. If somebody is happy parking in a podium deck, that's great. We have that to offer. And we also have surface parking, but you have great views from those units. So there's, again, variety. And the reason the plans look a little interesting is this upper one is dug into the hillside. And so again, we're not trying to flat pad this site and impose the architecture on it. We're really trying to work with what we've got, which is much more sustainable from a design standpoint. Next slide, please. So this is showing you that building in the back that the ground floor is really only half a level and it digs into the hillside and then goes up 2 stories above that. Next slide. This one does the opposite. It actually drops, if you look at the plan on the left, that's the downhill slide. So we've got units that are dropped down a story from the garage level and then go up to a second floor and then a partial 3rd floor. So again, we're working with the roof forms to create this cascading across the site. Next slide. And the same thing here on this other downslope. So the second from the left plan is the ground level from the entry court with the garages. The plan to the left is down a level, so it's a half level down, half a floor plan on the lower level, a full 2nd floor, and then a half of a 3rd floor on the courtyard side. Next slide, please. So here's where you can start to see the elevations and how it really works with those grades. You can see on the upper left elevation how we're working with that slope. Obviously, the parking court is flat with the individual garages. We're using a mix of full depth, very furnishable decks that have deep shade and deep shadows to them, along with Juliet balconies to create articulation across the facade of the building. We're also using that very classic style of taking some bays and doing some dark paneling. We're going to be using hardy materials, so they're all, part of the WUI codes. The concrete roofs, the stucco exteriors. What you see here is not technically wood, but with the paint colors and the textures, it will read as wood and read very authentic. Next slide. This is that smaller downslope building. So again, you can see we're breaking up the roofs. We're using the gable ends to do some accent windows. You can see the stacking decks and the battered walls that give them support. And then those paneled sections that really provide the pops of windows on those exteriors. Next slide. And this is the third of those three buildings. Again, you can see how it stair steps down where we have a half a level at that lower level and a half a level at the upper floor. That allows our roofs to cascade down the hill. Next slide, please. So this is the view looking up the hill from Round Barn, where you can see at the right-hand side, almost where that car is driving. The existing curb cut is back in that location. And the project really follows the topography and nestles into the hillside really nicely. On the left-hand side of the slide, we didn't show exactly the existing oaks, but that's the area where there's those existing oaks that we're trying to preserve. To allow us to nestle into the hillside a little bit. Next slide. So this is the view into that parking court. This is the existing curb cut, kind of slide center. And you can see by breaking up the buildings into the three different buildings, we're creating a little cluster within our village. And again, it gives it a different texture as we address this side of the site versus the busier side of the main intersection. Next slide. And this is from kind of the opposite corner where you can start to see some of the common areas that we'll discuss a little bit more in detail. Again, even though we're going to be interconnecting with pedestrian trails to the different amenities, we wanted to make sure that each little individual cluster has something going on. Everyone will have access to everything, but we thought it was important that people didn't have to go only to one location to have some outdoor amenity space. Next slide, please. So we put all the building floor plans in here, and I'm going to go through these really quickly because, again, this is all part of the philosophy of variety across the site. So this is that upper left-hand plateau that's already been graded out on the site. The road up there is already there. There's a big utility line under it. We obviously have to improve it for fire, but the space will have some really tremendous views from up there. Next slide. So this is the larger of the two podium buildings, kind of the main building in that it has the leasing offices and the majority, it's the largest of the buildings. You can see the two levels of parking. This lower level of parking is accessed from where the guest parking comes in. With the corner with all of the entry lobby, mail, package lockers, management, and then anticipating, structurally how we can accommodate a pool deck up above on the podium level. There's an upper level of parking that's only a partial floor that gives us some real efficiencies in parking. And then you can start to see the wings of the building with the courtyards in between. The large rooms facing the podium deck with the pool illustrated is where I was talking about the common rooms, gathering, catering kitchen, fitness, those types of uses that can take advantage of our indoor-outdoor lifestyle here in California and really spill out onto that deck. The other courtyards are a little quieter, and they'll be programmed with gathering and different types of outdoor amenities, but maybe not the noise that a pool deck is going to generate. Next slide. And these are important because they show you how we're pulling back on the mass of the building by dropping off units as we go towards the north and away from the public road. We're also looking at rooftop deck at those upper levels to take advantage of the tremendous views that we'll have from the site across the city. But we like doing this because it allows us to sculpt the buildings as the hill goes up. Next slide, please. So this is the smaller of the two podium buildings, and it's really located where the other part of the hotel and its parking lot was. And so the main ground level coming in is structured parking for the residents, elevator lobby, bike storage rooms, that type of services, trash, all those good things. Coming up a level, there's also a lounge and access to, I'll call it a northern outdoor area shown in that green wedge shape. We can actually get to grade. We're going to plan to backfill some of that area to create some outdoor amenity space there. That'll be, again, a little quieter, a little bit away from the street, and then also shadier in the summer. We're also planning where the square is another roof deck. And then as we go up through the building, we're looking at stacking more amenity space that will look out towards that quieter space, towards the oak trees behind it, as well as out towards the view to the southwest. Next slide. So we're looking at, I spoke a little bit about the appropriateness of the village concept, the architectural style. We think this is a tremendous site for housing to fill some of the needs of the city and the region because it is a previously disturbed site. We're reusing a site, and that's always the best way to go about, doing these types of projects. We're right there at the interchange, right near some tremendous employment opportunities, using best practices on landscaping and stormwater management. And with that, I think, Phil, if you're here, I'm going to turn the next slide over to you to chat a little bit about the amenity spaces at this easternmost cluster of buildings to give people an idea of the types of spaces we're going to be providing. Phil, are you there?
Hi, Phil, you have the ability to unmute yourself and then you can speak at your discretion. We're looking for Phil Vandertulen, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, Phil he's here and we have asked him to unmute. At your discretion, Phil, you can go ahead and start talking.
I think I'm going to defer to Byron Williams on this one if you can hear me. Byron, can you take this portion of it if you can hear me?
All right, we just gave him permission to speak as well. You can mute and unmute at your discretion. Thank you. Byron, are you able to use your microphone? Does the applicant team wish to call anyone else that we can give permission to speak?
Well, this is Phil Vandertulen. Can you hear me at the moment?
Yes, we can, Phil.
All right, maybe I'll take it from here then. Okay.
Sounds good.
So again, as Lori had mentioned earlier and some of the other speakers, for the essence of time here, what we want to do is talk about the landscape architecture and some of the components of that. And really what we're attempting to do is there are some existing oak trees on the site. In this particular area, we do have smaller landscape areas, but that doesn't deter us from the overall landscape design. We do want to make overall areas that makes this usable for the people that will eventually live here. So we are going to utilize, we'll be responsive to the material selections. Native landscaping, although I don't like the word native, I do like the word adaptive, because there are a lot of plant materials in the state of California that were brought here from the outside and have done really well and have basically hybridized and become native to the state of California. So it's a combination of both is what I guess what I'm getting at. We have low water use and best practice of storm management. So could we get on to the next slide, please? So these are the outdoor areas. In the upper right-hand corner, you can see where this is located. So again, I mentioned before that we do have these smaller areas, but I think we've accommodated an outdoor use area whereby we can accommodate a small children's play area. Note that we do have a parking lot nearby, so typically we do not like to have a play area right next to it, so we do attempt to put in a buffer of landscape. So, you know, there's a tree there, there's a seat wall for seating. We do have an area for a children's play area. Most of the material that you see there is a rubberized play material. And what we'd like to utilize is a multicolor, so at least it gives some interest. It provides some color, and it provides some animation to the site. In addition to that, there's 2 benches. Typically, we have a play area. We have parents, grandparents that want to sit. People like to communicate with one another while the children are out there. So technically, that's what this space is. It's our play area for the site. There is a retaining wall on the backside that contains the space because, again, we are fighting with grade here. And in essence, to put all this in, we are accommodating some landscape spaces. Trees are important for shading, of course. And again, we do want to screen out the parking area, okay? So let's go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So in this area, again, we have an opportunity to take in the view. We are looking down towards the existing oak tree grove that's there. And within this site, we have distant views. But this, I'll say, is more of an adult area, where the other space we just viewed was for a children's play area. So here we're proposing to put in a community fire pit. We can have chairs around that. We'll utilize the retaining wall on the backside. We'll probably elevate some of that in order to put a fire feature in there, which you can see on the right side. There's an example of what that might look like. We want to use a series of different materials, linear pavers, as well as just scored concrete. So on the ground plane, we're looking at animating the space as well to have some playfulness and to provide some interest as people move through. Again, we're close to parking, so we want to make sure that the focus is on the landscape areas and have enough of a landscape buffer to separate us from the use areas adjacent to us, the parking. So again, within this area, in order to maximize space, we're proposing tree grates that will be utilized for walking surface. Because there's a Mediterranean style, and Lori emphasized, or not emphasized, but discussed the Santa Barbara style, we'd like to bring that into the landscape as well. And maybe within this area, we introduce some type of accent tiling, a Mediterranean tiling that might highlight the space. And then you'll notice there's stairs going down. Well, Lori had discussed as well that we have these, as we connect to the future buildings that come online, we want to make sure that we take advantage of the connectivity to the adjacent buildings. So here we're providing stairways that will go down through the existing oak orchard and then, or oak tree, excuse me, to the adjacent buildings. For now, it's these spaces. So can we go to the next slide, please? Or is that the last slide?
You have more. It's just a little slow. 1 second.
Okay, no worries. There we go. So then what this is indicating is we do want to utilize the existing oaks that are there. Granted, some of them suffered a bit of damage during the fire, but then that's typical of an oak woodland forest. Fire is important to the growth and characteristics of this type of landscape. So as the forest comes back and heals itself, we want to utilize the space that you can transition down from the upper terrace down through a meandering walkway that will connect you over to the adjacent building. And since we have this incredible amenity of the existing oak trees, we'll recreate somewhat of a landscape meadow area because there is a flat area down towards the major intersection that we can utilize. We're not looking at it as grass area, as for example, like in a park, but we're looking at it more as a recreated meadow with native landscape materials, wildflowers, that in time will basically become a naturalized space with no irrigation, because I think that's critical to the survival of existing trees there, that we do not put in an incredible amount of irrigation for this wildfire area. So really what this is showing is just this connectivity that can happen utilizing the on-site landscape that's there in order to maximize the use of space and make a fun, creative space for the residents to utilize. And I believe that is the last slide for landscape. There we go. So I will turn it over to, I believe, Lori, you're taking it from here.
Great, thanks, Phil. So that's really the presentation we had. We're happy to answer questions. So I'll mute myself until I need to answer something.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. It was very well done and articulated. Just from my review of the plan set, your presentation helped out enhance the experience of what you were trying to create and why you chose the architecture and the why it's placed where it is on the site. So I thank you for that. This dialogue of a concept design review is very casual. So I think what we'll do is we'll go board member by board member again, because it seems to be the most effective in this Zoom virtual world that we're in. And questions for the applicant or questions for staff are fine. Much easier if we package them together, start with questions for staff and then move to the applicant. And that way we don't have to worry about unmuting and muting as much. So with that, we'll go ahead and start with Vice Chair Hedgepeth.
So this is just staff proper. Yeah, I appreciate what I've understood is that in all these combining districts, I noticed that the round barn had been adopted as a part of the project. And so the collective zoning for the whole area, you're allowed a more ministerial use permit level than a minor use permit level by capitalizing on the restaurant office component. And if my understanding is correct, you've got it's all market rate. So you are 30 to the acre. And as far as parking components, this is in lieu fee. There's no deed restriction. It's just straight up apartments. And I can see from the charts, you've gone through the handbooks and you've created one more parking stall than required. I think it's 343 instead of 342. So it's kind of a question / comment. I'm sorry for that, but I'm just making sure I'm not slipping on a rock here, as I understand the process.
So I'm not sure what your question is.
Okay, my question is that it's market rate.
Right.
Parking that has been generated complies with market rate parking for all the unit count, net, and that as this project moves through the process, you have a, after concept review, it doesn't go to a conditional use permit or even a minor use permit. It's going to be staff review in something less than a minor use permit. Is that my understanding?
Correct. So the implementing zoning district would be the general commercial zoning district, which typically requires a minor conditional use permit for multifamily housing. However, because it's in the priority development area, the resilient city measures have the effect of reducing or eliminating that use permit requirement by designating multifamily housing a permitted use in general commercial zoning districts.
Thanks, Warren. Thanks, Andrew. Board Member Kortenbrock, questions for the staff or applicant?
I guess that was, I think that question by Warren cleared it up. I was just curious how the CG zoning and the AB 3194 entitlement, entitlement, like how that, I guess how we get housing in a place that, or in a zone that, I guess, doesn't usually allow it. And I think I got that answer. Yeah, I think that's no other questions. I'll save my stuff for comments later on. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Board Member Sharon, questions for applicant or staff?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Board Member Weigel, questions for the applicant or staff?
I just had a quick question for the applicant, I think, on, where is it? Okie dokie, on building, sorry, the west building of the A1 cluster on the south side, I guess, or well, it'd be it's the west building and the south building, I guess, both. Well, more so the south building. What's the dimension from grade to the lowest floor in that area there? On page A12.
Okay. Bear with me a minute. I've got to get into out of my PowerPoint and into my package. Make sure I catch up to where you're looking.
Yeah, it looks like it's maybe anywhere between 12 and 16 feet, maybe, based on and I'm just looking at it on my city iPad, so I can't, do like a real, measurement like we would do in Revit or AutoCAD or something like that. So that's why I was curious about that.
Yeah, so on the downhill side of that building, it's going to vary a little bit. The model is maybe not accurate for exactly what the grades. It's kind of roly-poly over there. It'll be somewhere, but probably between that 6 and 10, 11 feet by the time the grade just kind of moves around. We didn't want to disturb those oak trees, so we don't want to normalize anything. And we didn't want to backfill against the buildings a whole bunch. So we're going in with 9-foot ceilings everywhere because you really need to do that in apartments these days. And so this is just where it stacks us down. It seemed like, again, with this style of architecture, it seemed reasonable to just let those stucco masses come down and meet the earth. Some other styles of architecture or even contemporary architecture, you might end up with elevated floors or screened in lower levels. We really didn't want to do that. We want the massing of the building to come down and meet the grade and let that grade line move across the face of the building a little bit. So we really work with the site that we've got. That's why my answer is a little mushy. because we don't want to disturb that and just normalize it one way or the other.
I think it's a fine answer. In looking at it, it's just that particular one. Some of the other elevations feel, I mean, I understand what you're talking about, but some of the other ones just feel a little bit better from a massing standpoint. That one just feels a little big, I guess is what I'm getting at. So that's why I was asking. That's it for me, Scott.
Okay, thank you very much. Board Member Wicks, questions?
Yeah. Can we pull up the A25 sheet? The imagery presentation. This is where Zoom is difficult for me because we could have it up on the screen and I can get out my laser pointer and.
If it's in the applicant presentation, I can pull it up for you. Or is it in the staff presentation? Any clarification?
It's in both, I believe.
It's in the applicant presentation. That's the best spot, and it's the third to last page, I think. Page 25 to 27 of the PDF that was given to us on iLegislate or whatever. I think you blew past it. It's like the fourth page or something in the applicant presentation. Go 3 to the right, go 3 forward. Keep going. That's the one you want, right, Henry?
Yeah, thank you very much, Drew, for helping find that. I love the imagery that you presented, but it evokes a couple of questions. I'm not sure who would want to field this from the applicant team, but the main imagery piece has a I won't say mixed use, that's kind of a dirty word these days, but it has a retail or commercial component on the ground level. And I'm just wondering what the thought process was for not having a restaurant on this site. Again, I get the hotel portion and the recent influx of hotels, and it seems like the need is being more than met. But I don't understand the thought process for not putting a restaurant back on a very prominent corner and a restaurant that I used to frequent, having lived up in Humboldt.
Mike or Patty, does the applicant team have the ability to unmute themselves?
Yes, all 3 members of the applicant team can unmute themselves at their discretion.
Okay.
Would you guys like to keep this slide up?
Yeah, let's keep the slide up, and then whoever on the applicant team, maybe Lori, you could talk about whether you've discussed restaurant locations on the site with the ownership.
We just sent a prompt to each member of the applicant team. You can unmute at your discretion. You just have to click the mute and unmute button. As of right now, all of you are muted.
There, whew. I think unmuted by the host. Here we go. Am I still unmuted? I think
yeah, we can hear you, Lori. We're good.
Okay.
So the question was, did the applicant team consider a restaurant use, given the prior location of a restaurant and the amenity it would create for both the neighboring community as well as the community being built?
Yeah, hi, this is Justin Heyman. I'm happy to answer that question. The thought process was that with the hotel, we were going to lose a lot of the traffic that supported the restaurant. We didn't feel that in a location like this, we would have enough foot traffic and really essentially no foot traffic to support a restaurant.
Henry, other questions for the applicant or staff?
Yeah, I kind of get that the built-in foot traffic from the hotel would diminish some of those returns, but I from my own experience, I didn't stay at the hotel, but I frequent the prior Equus restaurant quite often, and as do a lot of people up that work in the office buildings up above you, and certainly the apartment dwellers. You have a kind of a captive audience on site. I'll probably elaborate that on my comments, but while we're also on this conceptual inspiration slide, the second image down on the left-hand side has a contrasting base element. Looks like it's just stucco, but I was wondering if you had considered in the design using a base element, and going back to the A12 slide that Drew was talking to that looked rather tall. I'm just wondering if you'd considered using a base element, whether it was a contrasting stucco color or a rock to anchor the building and lessen the overall height of the appearance of the vertical element of the structure. Now, I'll say that plural structures, because I'd like to hear some of the other board comments about it, but I sort of like that anchoring that the contrasting stucco color does and lessens the verticality of a 4 or 5 story element. I'm curious to hear what the architect had to say about my comment.
So it's absolutely in the quiver. Again, because we're looking at this as a village, it really becomes theme and variation then. And so we don't want everything to be the same all the way across the site. It needs to all speak to each other and be of the same vernacular. But there's room within that to introduce some of those types of elements. And so we're totally open to looking at those types of things as we continue to evolve and detail out not only the cluster that we showed you tonight, but the other buildings. And so it's in our quiver is how I would best answer that, as one of our tools, because we don't want all the buildings to look, just so much the same that there's only one color palette, that type of thing. So we will be looking at those types of details. Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm glad it's in your quiver. And last one is more of a sentimental comment, and I just was wondering from the design team if you took a look at maybe not replacing the round barn, but doing something up there that paid homage to the round barn. I think a lot of native Californians or Santa Rosans miss that landmark structure that was on the hillside, and I would never suggest trying to rebuild something that was burnt like that, but I just was wondering if you considered doing something, and it looks like it's almost right where one of the structures for the upper portion of the complex is located. I'm just wondering if that was ever in the quiver or discussed in any of the prelim design layouts of some sort of either amenity to go to, a round lookout area, or I have a few ideas on it, but I just wanted to hear if you ever had an internal discussion about it.
Yeah, we've had lots of discussion over the round barn, and it's always a difficult decision process when a structure like that is destroyed through fire or earthquake or hurricane or something, and you do want to respect it. One of the things that we did talk about, is there a landscape feature that we can do somewhere in that general vicinity that is part of our spots to discover, almost, if you will. And that's part of why we like those rounded, those curved outdoor spaces at that cluster. It's kind of going back to those circular walls. The other thing we talked about doing, and we've done this in projects before, is taking some of the historic photography and bringing it into our interior design in the main lobby of the building, where people coming in to lease an apartment, to come in and find a new home, start to see a little bit of that history. So it's definitely something that's on our radar. We agree that it's not appropriate to try to rebuild it. That's always it never turns out like you hope it would. But some kind of homage to that idea is in the mix, whether it's the photography, the landscape feature, something like that.
Deal. And the roof, like you said.
Great, thank you very much. I guess one of my questions is on building B1. You spoke a little bit about how the Equus restaurant and hotel used to jet out, almost towards the corner in full. And now we've got parking in that area. So I guess the two-part question was, in recognizing that you're trying to mass into the hillside, I think that's smart. And you've made a yeoman's effort to kind of tear down to the pedestrian level with that B1 building. But did you look at fronting the entire building onto that corner and have kind of the building come out as opposed to having parking be at that prominent corner? And what did that look like, and what deterred you from that, if that's a kind of a final footprint in your mind?
How would you drive out? Then you wouldn't be able to drive. You want to move like that. Yeah. So
Okay. I've got two screens going, and I keep having a slideshow jump over onto my other screen. We felt like it was a way of creating a little bit more buffer space in front of the building, and also providing, with our hillside, we're pretty limited on where we can do leasing, guest parking, that type of just functional feature for coming and going. And by creating a little bit more pushback on the building away from that corner, we capture that area. We can do a lot of trees in it. We can make it really very pretty on that edge, and not have the building quite so right on that corner. We felt it was just a little bit too massive to get that tight to that intersection.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's go ahead and bring it back to the board for comments. So I'm going to take some notes as to the comments that we provide to the applicant. And with that, we'll go back to Vice Chair Hedgepeth. Comments for the applicant.
Thank you, Chair Kincaid. We can stay on this slide. Are you hearing me all right? Everything good? Okay. Firstly, I think this project has been extremely well thought out. It's I love working on grades like this and capitalizing on that. I'm just going to disclose, I was born in San Diego at the Naval Hospital, lived in La Jolla. I think of buildings like the Valencia, several examples of Spanish architecture where the forte of looking at the vertical, it isn't a timid thing. If no one's ever been to the Valencia in La Jolla, it has these pike-like elements that come right out of the cliffs of the sea and take you to terraces where you can dine. And in many ways, the poetry of all these buildings, the unifying comments, perhaps Lori's tried to engender here, are that actually the Valencia is all one color. It's kind of a light coral color. It has a tile roof, but because the strength of the fenestration, the wrought iron, the window openings, and the variety, your eye simply is set both at peace and vigor, if I can say that. This is what this architecture is all about. It's about release, repose, and forte. It's like listening in a concert to different instruments. And it's a good concert here in what's going on. It's not overwrought, but I'm a little worried about too many colors on it. The care taken in all the recessed windows, the battering coming straight out of the ground, maybe planting can do that. I'm a little concerned about doing color belting because if you think about these projecting bays, I've worked in architecture like this, for some years, where you project out of this plaster core. The heart of the building is this plaster core, almost like it's poured concrete. And typically the projections of those balconies add the contrast. So you have the mocha chocolate color, you've got the roof in some form of maroon red or whatever, and then this kind of a old adobe white. So I'm personally, with black windows, I could live all day with this kind of architecture and be a little cautious about too many color blocks outside of what was presented. I will say, Chair Kincaid, to your point about the front, all of us are aware when we drove by the Equus restaurant, it had this beautiful stone wall and it was this brilliant clad in clear redwood architectural Usonian piece that in many ways, it only revealed itself in its true magic when you went inside. It's kind of like this Mayan treasure. We have the inverse of that here. We have a whole lantern-like building. And in a beautiful way, let the Equus be what it was. Let this happen on the site because it's capitalizing on the grades. It's capitalizing on the poetry of how these forms, I don't know how many hundreds of hours were used, but here I'm one to endorse the parking court at the top south building. I think that gives variety. I can even see their tandem stalls, but because of the ability to coordinate and manage that, that's an okay thing. On the main Forte building, I do have a similar concern to you. It's mostly a landscaping thing, and maybe we could the ground floor plan, which is where's that? If you just went to I think I can catch it on A23. Can we have A23 come up? Or it could even be A18. But A23 may speak best if we could try to get that one up.
If the applicant team can let me know what number slide that is, I don't see it.
It's your overall site plan. It's the whole enchilada of all the buildings with the circulation around them, and you've labeled. You've got so the
slides, 2 slides. I think that'll get you there.
I'm sorry, what slide was that?
Go back like 2 or 3. I'm thinking.
Yeah. Go back, Drew. Right there. Now, if we all want to just kind of expand with our fingers the site plan ground floor. So here we have. Imagine the fire marshal is all gathered around us, and there is a functional loop. We're circulating that whole building. So you get to drive by it right where the letter 1 is in the front at the apex of Bicentennial and Mendocino, there is a possible opportunity to soften the building. I don't know, Scott, if this does it, but you've got car bumpers that are snugging right into what is the podium. It's a bit sterile, but I think with a little bit of work, you could get some greenery against that side of the building. I'm not sure landscape-wise whether the little soldier march of trees, rather than clusters of oaks again, has virtue. I know you don't want to hide this building, but the landscape brilliance can come forward. We've got two great landscape architects, but the presence of whether some bigger oaks, some clusters, kind of poetic ensembles going with my musical theme. At the extreme end, you've got these preserved oaks that just grew there. Across the way at Land's End, there was a cluster of oaks that somehow made it. I don't want to be the one to arbitrate over how to do the tree planting, but I think there is some vigor in planting or layering to soften that podium right at the corner. Scott, I resonate with that as something to consider. But my overall comments are, I think there's a lot of integrity, a deep integrity in creating all this variety, and the developer allowing a long leash in what's really a fruit bowl of 4 different fruits, doing 4 different things. And I think that's great. My personal vote on Henry's kind idea with the round barn. There's an artist named Nash, David Nash. He does these cool sculptures, and there's if it was like a stone ruin, we've had hop kilns that have fallen to the ground, leaving their boundaries. But as a landscape, nothing above 5 or 8 feet. But if there was some kind of a walk-in keyhole, and there was perhaps the stone, our native field stone, that was chipped and caringly done in a crescent or a full circle you'd walk into, and there's some kind of a koi pond in the middle, or who knows what, egrets land there. That would be kind of interesting. It's like a void, like the Twin Towers. It's not quite that. That's not meant to be funny, because we lost a lot of people in the Twin Towers, but that void idea is attractive. But I just want to speak in strong favor for what I think is a beautiful project. I don't really have anything to say about it that is a shall, a real flag, other than a more benign, something more botanical, layered, or alive about that hard podium coming to the hard pavement in the front of letter 1. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hedgebeth. Board Member Cordenbrock, comments?
You hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Great. Yeah, I just really wanted to say thanks for bringing this and thinking kind of outside the box of, of it being a, hotel again, and really challenging yourselves to, as someone that, has managed or been working on that site, since what did you say, 2003 or 5, but sometimes it's hard to get past what you are used to, and then kind of hope to be recreated for a site that you've been, a part of for decades. So I think my comments, go back to some of kind of agreeing with Henry, Board Member Wicks, about the possibility of some kind of mixed use or retail, restaurant space, and maybe that kind of makes its way or is located in that kind of entry spine, and that's really, I thought Henry was going to kind of get at this in that imagery, the conceptual imagery slide that you were just on, because the top rendering, I think if you go ahead 2 slides, could we go ahead 2 slides on this?
Yeah, on that. So the top really, I saw like the ground floor kind of, storefront in retail, and really thought like, oh, this is in our project, or in this project, as part of that kind of entry sequence, or kind of maybe possibly a boulevard kind of effect on that entry driveway in. I know with the one very large podium building, I guess it's building B, you have some amenity space and kind of leasing office and kind of activity there. So I didn't know if maybe, there's an opportunity to kind of expand that use on that first level, or utilize, maybe the possibility of mixed use retail, something like that, in the opposite location, I guess, in building B2. But anyway, I understand it's part of the toolkit now. So let's see. I do. I agree with Board Member Hedgepeth on kind of the way this building kind of touches down, and I was actually looking at some of the old images of the round barn itself, and I think, if I remember right, the actual kind of base of that round barn is actually battered. So I don't know if it's subliminal, but the battering of some of the architectural features of all the buildings, at least like those little kind of end wing walls, kind of maybe alludes to that a little bit, as well as the arch, kind of the archways on the garage doors. A really subtle touch on the I guess it's on the elevations. Yeah, elevations for building A1. A nice subtle touch, and kind of really activates the ground floor, for me at least. And I love that you've kind of taken some of that tile detail and created these little alcoves and kind of recesses for entryways as well. The only thing I would say, I guess, about also the kind of the way the building touches down, and some of the questions Drew, Board Member Weigel, had brought up, is maybe there's an opportunity for vining that could grow up the building, if ownership is, of course, okay with that kind of approach. But that may help kind of alleviate some of the concern over kind of the how this thing touches down into onto the site itself, especially with some of the big blank walls. Let's see. And then one of the things right now, I'm actually kind of really curious what the interiors look like. Because I think the thoughts that have been put into, at least studying A1 and everything, I want to see what the interior is like. And hopefully that kind of attention to detail in rafters or beams, again, something that is very iconic about some of the round barns around here, could be kind of played up in a traditional sense, so to speak, in the interiors of these spaces, and be kind of uplifting for some of the more common areas, and using those types of materials for trellises or shade structures and things like that. They might be hand hewn beams and things like that. So maybe those kinds of details and construction techniques that were used in some of these buildings that we did lose, that were very iconic in Santa Rosa, and for a lot of the residents here, could be kind of played up or utilized in a respectful way, interior wise, and in some of the exterior details for some of the amenity areas. Another thing I was curious about is if some of the tot lot and some of that programming could be dispersed maybe throughout the site, or there's little pockets or nooks here and there, similar to kind of what Board Member Hedgepeth was talking about maybe happening upon some kind of art piece or relic, not to downplay the importance and the beauty of what the round barn was, but those kinds of follies might help provide, some areas for respite and things like that, like you have done with some of the walkways and the stairs leading down the steps. Consciously or unconsciously, the one step that kind of zigzags or is kind of offset, you've provided basically, spaces for, at the landing, spaces for contemplation or looking out. So maybe, along some of those pathways, you could introduce, some other kind of, simple, spots to sit and stay and kind of take in everything that's, that's around you. Let's see. Yeah, and I think I really like the idea of maybe bringing in some more, native oaks throughout the site, and maybe they're different, different sizes, different species, of course, not to underplay what's existing and kind of has been is coming kind of back and kind of reinvigorated over the last few years. But maybe there's an opportunity in spots to really, make it feel like, some of those remnant, oaks were planned around and kind of dotted throughout some of the landscape areas. Let's see. I do appreciate the stepping. It's really made I think the vastness of these buildings, at least the building B1, I guess, kind of feel manageable and feel like you can kind of take it in and it's activated enough. So yeah, looking forward to, well, I guess we won't see it again. But yeah, best of luck and keep up the good work and the rigor. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cordenbrock. Great comments. Board Member Sharon, comments for the applicant?
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, very interesting site, very interesting project. Yeah, I appreciate the package, and thank you, staff, for the presentation also. Andrew, for your stewardship. When I first opened up the package, I wondered, would this be out of place here in Santa Rosa? And I actually think that it's going to be just out of place enough. I think it's actually a very unique use and reference to some very interesting architecture. It's got that Central Coast feel to it, but it's also has the full Mediterranean feel also, the Spanish influences. It makes me think of the central Italy with the Apennines and the beautiful monasteries and convents there with those battered walls coming down that are coming down into the mountains, but also bursting out of them as well too. And so I think with this site, you've done some very good thinking and planning about how to use this pretty very steep and challenging site. I also think that these types of sites are really fun to design for and to work with. Provide you a lot of challenges, a lot of opportunities, and so it's pretty fun to dive into it. I think that I really like the very steep battered walls. I think that keeping them bright white is a great thing to do. I think having this on such a prominent corner there, this intersection with the previous Journey's End project that's being developed now as well, this is turning into a very interesting intersection there. And I think that you guys have a great vantage point, literally from that site, being up on the hill, and you're going to be stacked terrace into this steep hillside there. You're taking great advantage of the views there with your amenities. But then there's going to be very many views towards this site as well. And so I think having the bright white walls, bursting out of the hillside is going to be great. I think about the Palisades in northern Napa County and Hood Mountain. This references those to me as well. It's nice to have something that actually has a contrast to the rolling hills that are right here, to have something jumping out of it. And I think that with moving into the landscape and how it's being treated, I think that you've nestled the buildings really nicely into the hillside, and I think that the landscape can actually be a bit bolder. And I think that Warren bringing up an earth artist, I think is a really great reference there, because I think that this site can also be used. You've got some nice pathways going on here, in contrast to the buildings, which are kind of clustered together. You've got a very spread out landscape, and all the trees are very spread out, whereas the remnant trees that are there are a cluster of an oak grove. And that's been referenced to want to preserve that, and I think that you can run with that as well. So thinking of little landscape islands of clusters of trees, clusters of shrubs, grasslands in between, and really taking the inspiration from Goldsworthy and Smithson, and being able to think about ways that you can actually manipulate the site more while working with it as well. One of the great things about their work is that it works with the land. It references and imposes, but in a very harmonious way. It's one of the great paradoxes of earth art. And so I think that what can be done with this site is to take that to a different level. And I think that these steep, bright white walls are doing that. And I think that the actual expanding it out to the site around there can do that. I think that can also buffer some of where the podium's coming down, like has been mentioned before, to kind of clad around there with vegetation, with islands of trees. I think there's an interesting discussion about the parking being in the front, and wanting to have the buildings be set back, and I think that you've made good choices there. I think that you've chosen it's been a very interesting. I think that you guys have had a very interesting design process, and I think it's a pretty successful project, and I'm very excited to see how it develops. And I think that will cover my comments. Although I did have one actually with the amenities. I agree with Brett that one of the things I was struck by was how the amenities also are clustered together. I think that the building A2 up in the corner there is sort of left on its own a little bit. And so I think that, having some, I wouldn't want to take anything away, but I would actually think about ways that you can add in smaller little moments in the landscape. I do have to say that it's an interesting choice to add a fire pit as one of your main amenities, given the immediate history of the site. Just something to think about. And other than that, thanks very much. I think it's going to be very, where you guys are now is really great, and it's going to be a great addition to that intersection, and going to be very exciting. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Board Member Sharon. Board Member Wagle.
This is a pretty stark contrast, I think, from what was there before. I think what Warren was saying about kind of the beauty of the Fountain Grove Inn was in its architecture, both inside and out. And this is definitely a huge divergence, which could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. I'm not really sure I've made up my mind yet. So I think I am a fan of kind of the Santa Barbara style Spanish Mission revival architecture. Can be done very elegantly. I think we have a fair amount of it here, just not here, if that makes sense. We have a lot kind of in some of the more private gated communities and like Shiloh Ridge and the Mayakama area. So it is definitely different to be bringing it to this intersection, particularly, I guess, the proposed project to the corner, where the Journey's End was. That's going to be a more modern style apartment complex. So it's going to be a pretty stark contrast, I think, between the two. But I do really appreciate how you've blended into the site. I think my question about the heights, I really do like the battering and kind of the forms of what's going on. It just feels like it needs to be 4 feet instead of 8 feet, I guess. And I don't know, you could tinker with that and see what that is. It just feels like a really big chunk of retaining wall that, like, you could either put another level of units in, maybe, or depending on how high it is, or I don't know. That's kind of the question I had. I think 2 of the elevations are much more successful than other 2 elevations. And so as an example, the front elevation and the rear elevation of kind of all 3 of the buildings that are more detailed in the A1 cluster obviously have more interest. The 2 sides of the buildings, obviously, that where your corridors terminate, things like that, have a little less interest. I think I'm not sure what the answer is, but they feel a little plainer to me than from the other 2 elevations. Because I do think like the introduction of kind of the central kind of entry, it's not an entry, but it's the gable roof components on the front elevation of the north building and the south elevation, or the rear elevation of the north building, front and rear. I think that's really interesting. That I do like the roof forms on kind of the sides, but then it's a lot of white blank stucco, which again I think is very typical of this architectural style. But I don't know, just maybe something to think about as you're moving forward and you're looking at your unit layouts and things like that. One thing that I do really appreciate is kind of the different flavors of the clusters. I think that's really a unique way to attack a really challenging site. And so I would challenge you to, as different units and buildings have different amenities, I would challenge the developer to think about maybe there's an affordability component in the site, that maybe there's an affordable grouping of units, because I know not everybody in California can afford a market rate apartment. And so maybe there's an opportunity to mix incomes and mix unit typologies and things like that, just kind of in the flavor of what you're already doing. A2, the building A2, it didn't seem to me like it had any amenities located within the building. And that just could have been, it just hasn't been developed yet, but it looked like it kind of was missing a lobby and mail and that kind of stuff. Whereas the other buildings seem to have kind of those basic amenities that you would see in apartment complexes of these sizes. So that was something that I noticed in that building. And then again, I think with the parking, we have a design guideline for finger parking for trees and stuff. I think as you develop this more, that might come out, and you might, either cover the parking or do orchard parking with the fingers on some of these surface lots. So you've already developed that on the A1, so I'm assuming that you just haven't gotten to it on like the A2 and the strip between the 2 Bs, as they're just not as developed as the A1 cluster. But I would encourage you to pursue that as well. I think that'll activate your parking some. So this is a really busy intersection. So I'm curious how you're going to kind of mitigate sound on that corner there, especially since you're going up 4 stories. It's a busy intersection, a lot of honking, a lot of things like that. So I'm curious kind of what the answer is there, and maybe that's something that comes out, and maybe that's just the glazing and the insulation of the walls, and that's how you're addressing it. But obviously you can't have sound mitigation while also taking advantage of the views out towards that side. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, I think, a little bit. And then, yeah, I think just the last thing was the stepping back. I think it's great how it steps back. It doesn't, I think what's different in the conceptual inspiration that we're looking at and what you executed is that ground floor has a little bit more articulation, because it does appear to have some sort of other component in these options. I'm not sure that's the right answer necessarily in kind of the forms that you've created. Because obviously with the A1, if there's a lot of parking, garages and things like that, so it would be, I think, a challenge to try to articulate the transition between the first floor and the second floor that's kind of indicated here. So I think maybe that shows up in that B building as you move through that kind of entry procession, that this kind of form and massing shows up. Beyond that, there was one other thing. 1 second. So we were talking about that kind of podium piece. I don't think I agree with pulling the building all the way front. I think you've got a different typology here in terms of how you're addressing fire circulation and how you're dealing with visitors and entry and stuff. So I'm actually in favor of the pushback that you did. I guess just the thing that I would be interested in is how that corner is defined, because it used to be defined by a structure. And so now how do you define it moving forward? Is it landscaping? Is it a monument sign? Is it some sort of art piece? How does that corner become defined? Because it's no longer got the building there since you push the building back. So that was my last comment, I think, is how do you define that corner with the building pushback, which I think makes a lot of sense. But obviously there needs to be some definition there. But again, thank you guys. This is a great project. You did a really good job putting all the components together for us to review. And I'm a little sad that we're not going to see it again, because I love seeing good projects come back through, because it makes it really easy to review and obviously grant approval.
Thank you, Board Member Wagle. Board Member Wicks, comments for the applicant.
Okay, we're still on the conceptual inspiration, which I'm going to keep my comments brief because I would echo what my fellow board members have already expressed in the positives on the project. I just would like, while we're still on this slide, but I want to flip to one other slide after this, but the detailing that Vice Chairman Hedgepeth pointed out, it's really important in this project that it be carried through all of the buildings. Before us is the A1 complex, which is fairly well developed, but the other 3 buildings are not developed yet. So I believe Mr. Tripple's going to have his hands full making sure that these kind of detail images that were presented here tonight are carried through the entire project. So if I could ask that we go to the 4th slide from the top, go all the way up to the top and look down 4 slides. There's an image of the overall project on the hillside.
Sorry, if you can reconsider, what do you mean 4 slides from the top?
All the way at the very beginning of the presentation, it's the fourth page. One down. One more.
3 right now. This is slide 2.
Slide 4 in my A4 in my presentation package.
This is slide 2, slide 3, slide 4, slide 5.
Slide 5. Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, so to drive on my point that these are massing elements, and I believe the applicant said that they're further developing these over time, but we're not seeing probably two of the most important elevations on the project and how those are actually going to look in the final design. So that's why I'm saying our planner, Mr. Tripple's going to have his hands full making sure that those elevations are stunning for a project that's on a stunning site in the north part of Santa Rosa, particularly in building B, and as it meets that corner where Chairman Kincaid was concerned about how that is treated. And I still feel strongly that a restaurant would be very successful there. Seems like nobody's doing them, and that's probably the time to do something of a retail restaurant nature, because we're going to start going back out and we're going to start eating and socializing again, hopefully sooner than later. So overall, I love the project. I grew up, cousin, uncle, and aunt lived in Santa Barbara, and we spent a lot of summers getting relief from the heat of Bakersfield over in Santa Barbara, and have a great appreciation for that style of architecture. And I think Drew's spot on. I think it's here already, so it's not a foreign architectural element to this area. It's just a little hidden. The Fairmont in Sonoma is in Sonoma County is one of my favorite, similar in styles. So anyway, I look forward to the project moving forward and would love to appreciate its beauty built on the hillside someday. And please do something respectful to pay homage to the round barn icon that was lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Wicks. I can also keep my comments brief because I agree with plenty of what's been said so far. And the only one I would repeat and emphasize again is the corner at Fountain Grove Parkway and Mendocino Avenue there. I'm looking across the street at the hotel structure that's there and the, parking out in front and a landscape barrier. And it just feels underserved to me from a major intersection. Could be really dramatic and really neat, but we ended up with the parking lot with some, weak landscape elements. So I just, I really appreciate if you spent quite a bit of time kind of thinking through that front piece and how people sit there and really, because you sit at the light and you sit at that light for probably a good 4 to 5 minutes if you just hit the light. So you're going to get some people that are, taking a hard look at that corner and again, remembering what was there. I grew up in Santa Rosa here, and this is, a very stark contrast to what was there, which I think can be celebrated, as everybody has provided input on. And the more I look at it, the more I hear about the whys and hows and the details and some of these great comments about, pocket amenities within the current topography, the more excited I get about the project and how it will be different for the city in this location, and it can be different from the property across the street. I think all can be celebrated if done well, and you're on the right track to do very well. I'm impressed with the architecture team and the landscape architecture team in the way that they were able to present and articulate their thoughts and plans and visions, and so I feel confident that they'll be able to move this forward in that continued vein. So with that, I kind of I'll go through and recap what I have from each board member so that we don't have to have them recap, and then we can ask if staff and the applicant understand the comments or have any questions. So board member, Vice Chair Hedgepeth, he said to let the vertical go and let the projection and break up the massing. So the projected balconies and other elements, details, break up the massing, but let the vertical go, let the stark, brightness stand. He really appreciates the black windows as a contrast. He endorses the building into the existing grade. Thinks that's fantastic. Recommended maybe for building B1 where the podium meets the ground to kind of soften that with landscape or trees at that podium level. Man, he came up with a great suggestion, I thought, to consider for the round barn tribute, maybe with landscaping and walls and creating a void to represent the loss to the city and community. Overall, very supportive of the project. Board member Cordenbrock. Whoa, I just lost a lot of my light. Hold on. Board member Cordenbrock considers some restaurant or supportive retail at the boulevard entry at B1 and or B2. Appreciates the alcoves and the detail at the balcony areas. Potentially use vines or landscape for how the buildings touch down at the sites where the touchdowns are extremely long and stark. He had another, nod to the iconic round barn or other iconic structures lost by representing them on the interior and exterior amenity details. Explore some more nooks to add some small Foley spaces for respite along the walkways and any other pocket areas that you might find as you develop the site. And consider more native oaks of varying size and species. Board member Sharon, keep the steep battered walls, really likes those. Keep the stark white contrast popping out of the hillside. Just keep in mind, that the development across at the Journey's End is an interesting development in and of itself. And again, I think it talked a little bit about it and echoed his comments, but really celebrate the difference and the uniqueness of this project versus the one across the street and others that might develop as more fire rebuilds take place. Look at the open spaces for opportunities for earth art. Again, more of the open spaces with landscapes and hardscapes and tree plantings and pockets and create more of an artsy dynamic landscape with that. Also popping those out of the hillside in random spots, much like the buildings will be. Look at adding amenities where you can, and again, this was a repeat comment throughout. It may be that just that some areas have been developed more than others, but where you can add amenities. He also made a comment about the fire pit, and maybe rethink, given the history of the site, whether the fire pit is the most appropriate, or maybe it's something else to celebrate in that area. Board member Wagle appreciates the architecture and the forms, not completely settled on if the architecture works at this site in particular. He wants to, at the A1 cluster, and I think he meant throughout the entire project, make sure that the architectural interest continues on all four sides. Maybe look at, in creating that architectural interest, maybe look at having some affordable units, maybe included as affordability by design, where the units, because they're affordable in the project, allow for different variations of floor plans that then turn into architectural elements, creating design superiority. Saw that building A2 didn't really have any of the amenities that the other buildings had. Maybe again, that it hadn't been developed all the way out, but just make sure that those residents of those buildings have the minimal amenities at a minimum. keep in mind the orchard style parking as you develop the parking lots, creating shade canopies. Think about how you're going to deal with sound mitigation from the busy intersection while, you know, keeping the architectural and window details and allowing the sunlight to come in, but also bearing in mind that it's a loud area. And then define the corner of B1 out to the street. And I simplified that one, but I think what he was getting at is what we've all been talking about is, you know, figure out how you're going to identify that as an identifiable spot that people are interested in driving by on a daily basis and visiting. Board Member Wicks, make sure that the detailing that you're currently showing on A1 cluster is carried all the way through the entire project, and really pay homage to the round barred icon, but is excited about the project in general. And I won't reiterate my comments because they've been iterated already. So with that, that's kind of what I had. Any board members want to comment that I missed something or misinterpreted anything? Board Member Weigel, please.
It's not that you missed something. I was actually just thinking about something when you were talking about the corner, and it's just an idea for the design team to consider. Sure. It's the way that the B1 building steps down to the corner is beautiful, and that it's moving with the land, and you've got the kind of flowing through all the buildings. And I'm just wondering, maybe you can keep a similar design element with the road coming in there, but take a portion of that building and pull it out, and then create a portico share between the two. That's pretty typical in this particular architectural style to have a second level bridge, a portico share, or something like that. It's just something to play with to potentially define that corner. I was just thinking about that this style does allow you that particular massing and methodology. So just something to think about.
Good thought.
I had one thing too.
Go ahead.
I know we've been talking a lot about a potential restaurant. One of the things, when I was in France, we have these poached eggs, breakfast. I was thinking of, at least on a minimal level, not a full-scale restaurant with all the possible liabilities and car issues, but get the plumbing in there and look at the potential of some kind of a breakfast, something that the residents might really love. It would just add some life and amenity rather than just, you know, bike storage and having at the upper levels the pool and those amenities. That building with the signage is crying for something like that. And if anyone's had one of those European breakfasts with iron furniture and a poached egg and a croissant, that's what I was thinking, even on a sneezo level.
It's a great idea. Easy way to incorporate it economically, and I bet you it would do just fine. Any other last thoughts, board members? Okay, so to staff and the applicant team, is there anything that you would like clarified as far as design comments to move this project along in the positive direction that it is headed?
Hey, this is Andrew. From a staff perspective, I have everything I need, so I greatly appreciate all of your comments, your summation of your comments, and the clarity with which they were provided. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Andrew. Applicant team, any comments, questions for the design review board?
No, I think we're good. Thank you.
Excellent. And again, thank you for a great presentation and package that you put in front of us. It really makes our jobs easier to get into the finer details and just give you our input on our thoughts on how to make it a better project and more successful for the community. So I appreciate it and thank the applicant team and ownership for continuing an investment in Santa Rosa, even though it might be a bit different than what was there before. Certainly need to get creative in these different times and take an approach that might take us drastically different from where we were. So thank you very much. With that, we'll go ahead and conclude item 6.2. And if I can find my agenda, we can move on to item number 7, which is board member reports. Any board member have a report to give to the board? Seeing no board member reports, so go ahead and go to item number 8, which is department reports. Bill, do you have any department reports for us?
Nope, no department reports.
All right, well, before I go to item number 9, which I think we're all ready for, particularly my cat who was trying to unplug my wires as we were in about the last 10 minutes of the meeting so far. So anywho, listen.
Chair Kincaid?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to interject real quick on 6.2. Is there a public comment period on that one?
Oh, thank you very much. Because it's not an actionable item, we don't need one per se, but we can certainly move back to 6.2 as we've done in the past and afford for public comment.
I'm just checking. We have a couple members of the public and so.
Yeah, Mike, I greatly appreciate it. Scan over those occasionally when we don't have a voting item. So let's go back to item 6.2, and I will at this time open up for public comment. If there are members of the public that wish to speak, you will have 3 minutes. And if you can use your raise their hand prompt on the Zoom call, then our host can get you in.
We're not seeing any at this time. We have 1 member of the public.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment. And again, thanks for bringing us back to that, Mike. So again, before we hit item number 9, I just wanted to thank everybody. It's been a really long night. Thanks to my fellow board members, staff, and the applicant teams for hanging in there with us. And again, perfection is not what we're looking for. We're looking for progress, and we made it again tonight. So until next time, we are adjourned.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Night.